I'm excited today that you have chosen to join me to explore the science of success. And I want to congratulate you for being involved and for purchasing the most effective and profound personal development program in the marketplace. How can I say that? I can say that because I've spent my entire adult life studying some of the most successful people in the world. People who are effective in their personal, professional, financial, and spiritual lives. People like Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Albert Einstein, Napoleon Hill, and one of my personal mentors, Bob Proctor. Why do I study these people? Well, I've always been curious why things worked. And although I knew what these people had done, I didn't know why they became successful when other people failed. I was fascinated by Gandhi's unbending commitment, with Martin Luther King's vision and his passion, Albert Einstein's sense of science and spirit, and Napoleon Hill's willingness to give the secrets of wealth building to anyone that would pick up his book, Think and Grow Rich, and read it. Bob Proctor's name may not be one that you recognize, but of all the people that have had an impact on my life, Bob is one of the most important. I have studied for years in the fields of psychology, personal development, quantum physics, and all the great religions and world leaders. Bob Proctor helped me distill all of that information I had inside of me and led me to develop this program, The Science of Success. I'll tell you more about Bob later. But for now, what is the science of success? And how can you use it to get what you want? First, I'm going to give you my definition of the science of success and then give you a couple of different ways you might want to think about it. It is absolutely vital that you understand exactly what we are talking about at every single point in this program. I want to help you break through to new levels. So if at any time you feel you are lost or you're unclear as to what something means, please rewind the tape and listen again until the meaning is crystal clear. As a matter of fact, repetition is the first law of learning. And this information is the most important information you will ever learn. So commit right now to listen to this tape series over and over again. The results will be worth the extra effort, and I'll talk a little more about how repetition is critical in the science of success later in the program. What I have found is that there are a certain set of principles and certain sets of laws that govern everything that happens in our environment. We're going to explore that in depth. And once you understand how the principles and the laws work together, success is guaranteed. That's right, success is absolutely guaranteed. Okay, so what is success? Success is a direction that you choose. It's a process. Success is a never-ending journey. Success is your constant journey towards your own vision, purpose, and the life of your dreams. And what is science? Science is a proven body of knowledge, skills, or principles. Therefore, we can conclude that a scientific approach is based upon a set of skills and principles that are proven. Now, here's what's exciting. The science of success uses universal proven laws of nature combined with principles of action that will allow you to use those laws to create the life that you want. If you use these principles and understand the laws, the results are guaranteed. I'll tell you that right now. You have the ability to have the life you want, and all the power and the resources you will ever need have been given to you from birth. The science of success is how you tap into those resources. The most amazing part of this program is that the results are obvious. I promise you, you will not have to wonder if anything is happening. You will understand, you will know why, and you will have complete power of choice in your life and in your future. Does it sound exciting? I'm telling you, it is exciting. This is a dramatic, powerful, and fun program, but you need to do exactly as I ask you to do. And I promise to never ask you to do anything that isn't in your obvious best interest. I want you to love this program as much as I do. I'll tell you a little bit more about how I grew to love this program a little later on. Now here's what I encourage you to do. We're going to have a dialogue here, back and forth, you and I. We're going to be working together. But I need you to know the difference between those people that will listen to this program and those that will listen and use this program to get the results they want. You see, there's a big difference in life between dreamers and achievers. You know, as I study people, there's a major difference between dreamers and achievers, and there's one thing that differentiates them. You know what that is? It's action. The difference between dreamers and achievers in life is consistent, persistent, immediate, and intelligent action. You're going to have to do something with this program to make it work for you, and I will absolutely guarantee it will supercharge your life in every area. It will help you to achieve the life of your dreams more than you ever imagined, because it has for me. But you must actually do what I ask you to do. The discoveries you will make will be phenomenal. To see the results of your own actions is what makes it so exciting. To see your world evolve and change in front of you, and to know that not only did you have a part in it, but you are the creative force behind it. Thinking only makes it so when you go out and do it. If you will take action, it will happen. I respect every effort you make to change your life, and I will love hearing your story. If you would be so kind as to share it with me. To make a dream reality, you must walk into your vision and become your dream. That's achieving, and that takes action. I mentioned earlier that one of the people I studied was Bob Proctor. I also assume that you may not be familiar with who he is or his work, and that's okay. You know, he worked with Earl Nightingale in the early days, and he's probably one of the most enlightened people on the planet as far as I'm concerned. I hope Earl Nightingale's name rings a bell, but if it doesn't, that's okay too. The next time you visit the bookstore or the library, ask where you can find his books or audio tapes. He is one of the masters. Bob is the person who helped me bring all of these things together. I'd studied philosophy and religion and psychology and physics for years, and I still found myself wondering how they all worked together. I just intuitively felt that they did, and I needed to know how. Bob really helped me distill what I knew and bring it all together. With the simple diagram that you've got in your workbook, the diagram of the conscious and the subconscious mind, I began to learn. I got that diagram from him. It was actually developed by a man named Dr. Thurman Fleet, but it was Bob who introduced it to me and helped me understand how things really work. The uniqueness of man and the power of man hit me like a thunderbolt. To understand how we can influence our relationships, our work, our finances, our spiritual lives was a gift that I credit to Bob. I met him through some friends who had attended one of his seminars, and they invited me to join them at his next appearance. Bob and I just got along famously and became friends, and we started talking quite frequently. I may not have known exactly why I needed to, but I knew enough to take action and introduce myself to Bob, and I told him how impressed I was with his sense of understanding and love of life. He and I have been friends ever since. Now, let me back up just a little bit. When I first met Bob, I was kind of, I thought, he's telling me stuff I already know, and, he seems a little arrogant. Have you ever felt that way? Someone is stating the obvious and you tend to tune them out? Even though I was doing some tuning out, I felt he knew things I believed in and had wanted to understand and have command of for a long time. And then probably the turning point for me was when I was watching one of Bob's video series called Born Rich. When I started watching and listening to what he had to say, I thought, gosh, he really has a grasp on how things work. And then I took a little bolder course of action. I called him with the hope that I could just get a block of time to ask him all the questions that I had inside of me for years. Guess what? I flew out and spent 3 days at his home, and we stayed up till all hours of the morning talking about life, how it worked, exciting ideas. I just couldn't get enough. It was awesome. I was taking notes like a madman. When I walked into his office, he had a signed picture from Earl Nightingale. And then I noticed he had a story in Chicken Soup for the Soul. I started watching TPN, the People's Network, and I heard speakers quoting him. And I'm thinking, this guy, not many people know who he is, but he's hot. I really started to build a tremendous respect for him. And the more time I spent with him, the stronger that became. I hope you have people like Bob in your life. I hope you connect with the people and information you need to really change your life, and I hope this program is part of that experience. I truly wish for your success, and I am proud to deliver the science of success to you now. Okay, as you may have guessed, I am driven by why things work. Until I was able to know why, I couldn't feel my work was complete. There is nothing more memorable in my life than the moment when I looked at everything that I knew and everything I had learned, and I watched them fall together like the answers to a combination lock. The answer is the science of success. So if you've been there, if you've ever been there, if you've listened to speakers who got you all pumped up, and sometimes you succeeded in spite of yourselves, and sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and you didn't know why. I mean, sometimes things would drop in my lap and I thought I understood. But guess what? I'd do it again and nothing. If you've had these types of experiences, then you are listening to the right program. Let me tell you, your success already exists. These laws have been around in one form or another. The ones we're going to explore have been around for years. It was my dear friend Bob Proctor that helped me understand how everything I learned about quantum physics had meaning in everyday life, how it affected the way everyday life would take form, how to put this together in one powerful package and relate these laws to my own studies, and how to deliver it to as many people as could hear it. This is my life mission. And I think that's a principle in life, that when people in any area of their life don't know why, they come to a point in time where they're hampered. You know what I mean? A great example is a manufacturing company I worked with once that had this long assembly line, and the people were making telephones. At one end of the line, they were making this one small component of the phone that was later on down the line going to be a complete instrument. But you see, they didn't understand the big picture. And so they started. You know, they thought they could circumvent the system and actually save some time in producing their piece of the telephone. So they started connecting one wire a different way to expedite the process. But what it did at the other end of the line was totally destroy the efforts of everyone else involved, and it produced a substandard instrument from a quality standpoint. But because they didn't understand the big picture, they thought they were doing themselves and the company good. They were actually harming both. So the point is, I think people have to understand the big picture, or why things are what they are. Does that make sense? You have to understand why things work and why they don't work, or at some point in time, you just can't repeat it. Okay, now my job in this program is to share with you why this works. I'm going to share with you, just like my friend Bob did with me. Okay? Now, if you want to do this work, if you want this to work, there are a few things you're going to have to do. As we talked earlier, you're going to have to take some action. You're going to have to do more than just listen to what I'm talking about, what you and I are talking about here. You're going to have to work the exercises. You're going to have to make a decision and a commitment. You have to listen to the tapes again and again and again. And I promise if you'll do this, if you'll make this commitment, your life will change so fast it'll make your head swim. You see, we live in an orderly universe that is governed by exact laws and principles. I'm going to tell you about how the laws and principles work together and what makes them guarantee you get the results you want. Think of the science of success like you would a combination to a safe. A combination lock is made up of a number code and a specific set of actions or spins that result ultimately in opening the lock. In the science of success, the number code represents the laws, and the actions are the principles. They both work together. For you to succeed in your dream, you must know the laws and use the principles. It's that simple. What I first need you to do is to be open to some ideas and thoughts that may not seem important at first, or are maybe new to your thinking. One of the things we're going to discover is that we have a lot of old programming in our minds that I call paradigms. Our paradigms are the foundational habits, practices, attitudes, values, beliefs, expectations that determine how you act, react, and do and don't create in the world around you. To get rid of this old programming or to replace these paradigms, these things that often limit us, what we're going to have to do is constantly and consistently put new ideas in our mind. New ideas will help us to build and create new, positive, and powerful paradigms. What I encourage you to do is to use this system, to use it as a system, to go through it in a systematic way. In other words, take one tape a week and put it in your car. Now, the average individual in North America spends about 500 hours per year in their car. You may be opting for the world's record. I don't know. You may be there more. But nonetheless, there's a lot of time there to become a learner, to learn information and to become wise. For the last several years, one of the things that have massively impacted my life has been the fact that I have turned my drive time into learning time. One of the keys to mastering the science of success is that you commit to becoming a lifelong learner. So take one tape a week. Listen to it over and over until you feel like you could tell someone about what you've learned and tell it to them accurately. You've got to be able to teach this information. I've realized that when I learn something well enough to teach it to someone else, I really know it. That is what you must commit to doing. In the science of success, there are 7 principles and there are 7 laws. Now, this may seem a bit overwhelming at first to think that you already have 14 things you need to memorize, but that's not how the program works. The 7 laws are what I call super laws. I call them super laws because they transcend our physical world and are equally effective in all aspects of human living, personal, professional, financial, and spiritual. These super laws are important to understand. You must know enough about them that you have every confidence that they make sense and that they are real. However, there's no need to memorize the laws. Just work to know them, understand them, and believe in them. The 7 principles all represent actions and behaviors you are familiar with. You can easily identify them. Remember, this is a science, not an illusion or a magic formula. This is proven. Taking action by applying the principles in your life will reveal the power of the laws. So that being said, before we look at the super laws individually, when I say work the exercises, please stop and work the exercises. You've just got to do it. It's not for me, it's for you. You must do these exercises. If you will do them, the payoff is enormous. It'll make such a massive difference in your life. Work the exercises. Listen to the tapes. 1 tape a week, every single day when you're in your car. Listen to it over and over again. Now you may be saying, well, James, I've heard this before. Absolutely, you've heard it before, and you'll hear it again. But as you continue to hear it and continue to hear it, it will embed itself deeply in your mind, and it will become real for you. It'll become the way you think on a continual basis. It will begin to replace your old programming. Think about how long it's taken to embed that, your old programming, that is. So let's talk a little bit more about success now. What is success? I want you to truly understand it. Before we start really understanding how to achieve it, we must understand what it is. Success as a concept has fascinated people for centuries. It has been probably more studied and more pursued than any other concept in modern history. Unfortunately, a majority of individuals rarely feel totally successful, do they? Even though they have success in one area of their life, in their personal life, in their professional life, or in their financial life, they don't feel totally successful and fulfilled. And only a few ever achieve success to the level of their full capabilities. There have been a multitude of wise people and wise seekers who have studied success over the years. People like Napoleon Hill, Earl Nightingale, my mentor Bob Proctor, Tony Robbins, myself. I have spent all of my adult life studying highly successful people. That has been my job, and I can assure you that success is yours for the taking today. It is your birthright, your God-given inalienable right. Not only are you able to achieve the success you desire, it is absolutely guaranteed if you understand the science of success. So what is success? Here's the question again. As I said before, success is a direction that you choose. Understand that now. No one can define success for you but you. No one. Success is a direction that you choose. You may believe success is a result or an outcome or a destination. Many people do. If you believe success is based on a set of circumstances, skills, environmental factors, opportunities, or lack thereof, all of these beliefs are in error. Success is not an outcome or a result. It is not based on circumstances, environment, or skills. Success is a journey. Understand today. Now, you and I have to agree upon this right now, that success is a never-ending journey. I know a lot of people who are highly successful in the financial arena who are not happy and fulfilled. Maybe you do too. They are not truly successful. I know a lot of people who have great relationships, and they're broke. They're not truly successful either. Success is a never-ending journey. It is the constant progress towards your own vision, purpose, and the life of your dreams. No one can define success for you. Now, I've already told you this once, and you must believe it. It is yours, and yours only. Secondly, people believe that external issues, circumstances, environment, and all those types of things determine the achievement of your success. They do not determine your success, nor are they the cause of your success. It makes no difference what neighborhood you grew up in, the amount of money you currently have in your bank account, if you don't like your job today, or you feel like you're limited. It doesn't make any difference how your parents did or did not treat you, your age. It doesn't make any difference if you're 80 today or if you're 12 or less. It doesn't make any difference whether you have a PhD or you didn't even finish grade school or high school. What you're currently doing in any way, shape, or fashion. It doesn't matter if your relationships are on the rocks or if your relationships are phenomenal. History proves that literally hundreds of individuals with less than perfect circumstances have become highly successful in spite of what appears to be insurmountable odds. Walt Disney's a great example. I mean, did you know he was fired from a job for not having enough creativity? He went bankrupt 6 times before he ever came to create Disneyland. Think of George Lucas. Do you realize that when they first made Star Wars, they ran out of money? Even to the effect that they didn't have a poster for the movie premiere. They ran out of money before George Lucas could create the Star Wars that he dreamed about. But you know what? He never doubted his dream. At the end of the movie, if you've seen Star Wars, there's a scene where hundreds of people in a crowd welcome the heroes home from the flight. You remember that? Well, with no money for costumes or extras to play all the parts in this huge crowd, he had to call on all his creative genius to complete the movie. He had the people he was working with move down the huge hall where they shot the scene. They then stopped and reshot the scene 5 times, with the same people moving to different sections of the hall. The result was that George could blend all the sequences together to look like a hall full of people. There were numerous scenes he wanted to enhance with special effects and special sound treatments, but there was just no money in the budget. George and the cast were astounded when they drove down the street where the movie was going to show for the first time. A crowd stretched around the block. You probably remember that. The movie was a huge hit. George, however, was very much in debt. He asked the studio if they would consider trading him the rights to toys and other Star Wars products so he might recover his debt, and they agreed to do that. Well, over 20 years later, George Lucas's companies have sold more than $1.5 billion in Star Wars toys alone. With the profit from the toys, he was able to build one of the finest special effects studios in the world and was able to re-release this Star Wars trilogy to rave reviews. He re-edited the films exactly the way he had originally intended and introduced Star Wars to a new generation of fans. Not only did Star Wars open as the #1 movie when it was first made, but it opened as the #1 movie in its re-release. The size of the audience not only kept it at #1 for more than a month, but increased the ticket sales of every movie playing at the same theaters. His vision was complete and perfect, and bigger than he ever thought. Against all odds, he believed, and he succeeded. How is this explained? What we're going to be discovering here is that every single person who has achieved in life has become successful through thinking and acting in a certain way. Winners and achievers, all truly successful people across time and throughout life, do certain things in a certain way. Okay, great. Now that we understand the 3 parts of our being, our conscious mind, our subconscious mind, and our body, let's talk about how paradigms are formed. Because In reality, for the most part, you and I are the products of other people's habitual ways of thinking. The paradigms you hold cause you to think, feel, and act towards yourself and others in a certain way. The problem is that these have been largely unsolicited gifts from your parents, your teachers, your religious sources, your environment, your neighborhoods, or really anyone in authority in your life. As I stated earlier, we form our paradigm, and then our paradigm forms us. When we uncritically accept things and act upon them, these paradigms gain control and can produce very positive results in some cases. However, they can also produce limiting, unwanted, and ineffective harmful results as well, can't they? If you want greater results, you have to begin to rethink your thinking. You must begin to rethink your thinking on a continuous basis. So here's what I'd like to ask you to do. Turn to the page in your workbook that has the following questions and work the exercises. Please do this now. This is important. Answer the questions. Number 1, what have been some of the most influential factors in forming your paradigm? Think about people, places, significant events. Now, if you're in your car, turn off the tape and just think about this question now and answer it to yourself. Okay, great. Question number 2. How has your paradigm limited you in your level of success? What have you lost as a result? Answer this now. Question number 3. Right below all the success, or if you're in your car, just say it out loud. Now, I know this sounds a little funny, but words said out loud impress much greater impact on the subconscious than the things that are not said out loud. What you're bringing into play here is the thought and your words. So say it out loud or write them on the page. All the success you will enjoy by changing your paradigm now. Okay? Do that right now. All right. Good job. Now you might say to me, okay, James, I've found a paradigm in my life that probably really isn't that empowering. I mean, if you're anything like me, you're constantly finding things that aren't really creating the results you want in your life. Like attracts like, right? So consequently, if you're putting out certain thought energy, you're actually attracting that type of energy into your life. So it becomes vitally important that you and I consciously, that's in our conscious mind, control what we think about on a regular basis. Does that make sense? How do we change these paradigms once we've understood that we need to change some of them? Well, Vincent van Gogh said once, I dream my painting, and then I paint my dream. You see, all things are possible in the mind, aren't they? I mean, you can imagine anything you want right now. You can bring up the image of yourself as a millionaire. How's that one feel? You can bring up the image of yourself in the most incredible home that you ever could imagine. You can imagine yourself driving a Rolls Royce, Corniche with the top down. Pretty nice, huh? Whatever you want to do. Having an incredible relationship. You can imagine anything. If you can dream it, you can achieve it. Remember, if you have a desire, the very fact that you have that desire means that you have the ability to create it. Everything, all things are possible in the mind. And your thought causes everything. Understand this. Everything in physical form was first a thought. Think about it. The clothes you're wearing were first a thought. The car you drive, the house you live in, even this tape player, were all first an idea, a thought in someone's mind. Thoughts are things. They are powerful creators. So you and I need to guard them carefully. We need to use them wisely. Once you realize this, you will realize that the only limitations in your life, the only limitations you will ever have in your life, are the limitations of your own thinking. So this being true, we must begin to address the cause versus the effect. Why is it that so many people make promises but they don't really change? It's because they have never really addressed the cause. We've already learned that results in your life are the effects of when? Of your past, right? Yeah, your past thinking. So now imagine for a moment that you rented a video and you're watching this movie on television and it's terrible. You wouldn't go up and knock out the TV screen, would you? No, you change the videotape. You must go to the cause. And your cause, your success, is rooted in your thought. Now, this is just not the pump-up jargon of the motivational movement. This is a fact. This is a scientific fact, and it's now understood that even in quantum physics, that thoughts create things. Our world's greatest scientists are telling us that thoughts are things and that thoughts create. To improve or change our results, your results, you must take conscious attention off of the physical part of your life. Now, sometimes this is difficult. In other words, whatever you have right now, whatever your bank account is, the balance there, whatever the house is you're living in, whatever job you're in, the state of your relationship, you have to take your attention off of that and leave your attention off of that. You see, we've already discovered that those are the outcomes of when? I've said it before, your past thinking. Doesn't that make sense? Think about that now. We've got to stop looking at the past. Imagine this. Imagine driving down the road in your car, looking in the rearview mirror versus the windshield. You wouldn't get very far, would you? But you know how many people are living their lives that way? They're looking into the past to determine their future. You and I have to start placing our thinking upon the limitless, the non-physical realm. Remember, the physical world is a very small part of who we really are. We are spiritual beings, and spirit has no limits. Bob Proctor once told me this: many people are anxious to improve their results, but they're unwilling to improve themselves, and they therefore remain bound. And this is so true. If we want to change our results, we have to change ourselves, don't we? We have to change the videotape. When you concentrate on how things are in your life presently, you're doomed to create more of the same. So we got to start thinking about what we really want. If you want to change your paradigm, you must begin to think and concentrate on the results you want in your life. Not what you don't want, but what you want. You must not give any energy to temporary circumstances or the effects outside of you. None whatsoever. Now, I'm not going to suggest this isn't tough. Sometimes it is. Being a successful thinker in every area of your life is difficult. I won't tell you it's not. It's probably more difficult than anything in the world to think right thoughts regardless of circumstances, even for those of us who teach it. But you see, with practice and experience, it gets easier. I promise you that. It gets easier, and the payoffs are unbelievable. The true masters in life consistently do this. They control their thinking time and time again. Remember, your thought energy transmits and transmutates and creates. It is law. You must continuously stop thinking about the outcomes of yesterday and begin to think about what you want. Preserve the new cause and create and nourish the new cause within your glorious subconscious mind. Think about it. Consciously choose what you want as if it were here right now. Continually impress that upon your subconscious mind, and by law, it must move into form. Isn't that exciting? Remember the law, the perpetual transmutation of energy. Big words, but what it means is energy is always moving into and out of form. Thoughts are energy, some of the most potent energy. The law of attraction and vibration says that like attracts like. As we continually impress our thoughts out into the universe, they attract like thoughts, and they attract like energies, and they create like results. Doesn't that make sense? It should, because it's absolutely a law. Your future has nothing to do with your present circumstances. So here's what you have the opportunity to do. You're going to create a new paradigm. This is going to be something big. It's bigger than big. You have to write a description of the exact life that you desire, and you have to write it in the present tense, just as if it were here right now. This is vital to understand, because many times I see people writing their paradigm in the someday tense. You know what I mean? They use words like, I will be. Well, think about it now. Based on everything we've learned, when you write down I will be, what does that tell your subconscious mind? That you're not. I once read an organizational mission statement that said, quote, striving to become number one, unquote. And with this as a mission statement, guess what they're always going to be doing? Striving. But they're never going to be number one. The subconscious mind, remember, accepts everything that it is given without judgment, just as you give it. And so what we must do is write it as if. For instance, I am a billionaire. Well, you say, well, James, that's just telling a lie. It's not telling a lie. Remember now, nothing is ever created or destroyed. Everything that ever was already is. It's just a matter of understanding. The billions that you want already exist. You don't have to create them. You just have to attract them. Those billions are energy, just like your thoughts. The relationships you want in your life are already there. You don't have to create it. You just have to attract it. You've got to set your magnet. You've got to plant the proper seed. Use the power of your magnificent mind properly. Now, you have to write this paradigm in the present tense, and it has to include emotional words. You have to get emotionally involved. Remember, emotion creates motion. It creates motivation. Emotion is the gateway to your subconscious mind. It's your higher self, waiting manifestation. Emotion is your lifeblood. You've got to get passionate. Unless you get passionate with your new paradigm and fall in love with it, it will never come into form. So with all these things in mind, this is exciting. Get ready to do this. Turn to the page on creating a new paradigm and write, I am so happy, excited, and fulfilled now that I am, finish it out. You're going to describe your life exactly as you want it. Describe your new self exactly as you see yourself. Are you ready? Okay, go. Okay, good job. You should be excited by now because I am. You should have a paradigm written, a new picture of yourself, your new identity of who you are, and it should just turn you on. If you don't have something like that, then you need to go back and rework it a little bit. So you might say to me, James, okay, I've written this down. Now how do I begin to create it in my life? Well, here's how you begin. You begin through the law of attraction. You begin by living your new paradigm, as if it were here right now. It's widely known, as we said earlier, that the subconscious mind really can't tell the difference between something that is real, quote unquote, in material form, and something that is vividly imagined. Vividly imagined. Because your mind thinks in pictures, as we discussed earlier, you must create a picture of yourself in possession of your new paradigm. So in other words, read your paradigm and what comes up in your mind. What picture comes up? Where are you? How do you feel right now? What are you seeing around you? Look around. What people are there? Maybe you're sitting by the ocean, on the Riviera. Who knows? What picture comes up for you? What's it like in the home of your dreams? Are you sleeping in late? Being served breakfast in bed? Maybe you're driving a certain car that you've always wanted, pulling it into the driveway of the home of your dreams. How does that look now? How does that leather feel? Whatever picture comes up for you, you must create a picture of yourself in possession of your new paradigm. And you've got to be in it. You see, 9 times out of 10, when I talk to people about creating a picture, they create a picture, but they are looking at themselves in the picture. You follow me? That won't work. You've got to be in the picture. When you're looking at yourself in the picture, you're telling your subconscious that it's really not you. You're not really there yet. When you're in the picture, looking through your own eyes, you have it. See the difference? You've got to look through your own eyes and see what you would see in the picture versus looking at yourself there. This is a critical way that the subconscious mind operates. And I hope you're following me on this because it's really important. If your paradigm contains a home, you must be sitting or walking in that home, seeing it through your own eyes. If your paradigm contains a certain car, you have to be looking out over the dash. In other words, sitting behind the steering wheel, seeing the top of the steering wheel and out through the windshield. Now, when this picture is planted in the subconscious mind, the image will automatically begin to be expressed through your body in actions. Remember, action follows thought. Not only will your body be in a different vibration, but you will begin to attract everything in your life that is in harmony with that new thought. Thoughts are creative impulses of energy, and the law of attraction states that like attracts like. So when you start, when you see yourself as totally successful already, and when you picture yourself as living the life of your dreams, will you make different decisions? Yes or no? Absolutely you will. Will you begin to hang around with different kinds of people? Yes or no? Sure you will. You most certainly will. And will you begin to attract different kinds of people into your life and attract different circumstances there as well? You will, by law. You absolutely cannot think an old limiting paradigm and attract success. If you're planting rocks, you will never grow diamonds. Likewise, you cannot continue to think upon your new, unlimited paradigm and not attract abundance. It is a law. Your firmly planted new paradigm will set in motion a magnetic force to attract into your life everything that's in harmony with it, everything which harmonizes with that thought. The more frequently you bring up your picture, the more frequently and the more vividly you imagine your new paradigm, the more rapidly it must manifest. The better you make it, the more rapidly it will come into physical form. Now, here's the deal. You got to believe your new paradigm no matter what. No matter what the circumstances, no matter what current circumstances say, no matter what your current results are. Because you see, what happens with many people is they begin to view themselves in their new paradigm, but then they look at their current results and they say, this isn't going to happen. Guess what? The subconscious mind says, your wish is my command, and begins to create what you think about. When you worry, you create what you worry about. When you think it's not going to happen, you create it not happening. Thoughts are powerful, and your subconscious mind is an obedient servant. It's kind of like a genie. Think about the genie in Aladdin's lamp, right? It pops out and it says to Aladdin, okay, you have 3 wishes. Well, the truth is that this story is years and years old. It's a parable that's been told throughout time. And you know, I found out just recently that originally there were no limit on the wishes. And that is so true. Your subconscious mind is just like your genie. What you ask for, it says, your wish is my command. And it begins to manifest that wish for you. If you ask it for success, your wish is my command. If you ask for a great relationship, guess what? Your wish is my command. You see, the problem is that many people ask for success, and then they worry and say, it's not going to happen. And then they say, this doesn't work. And then they think, well, maybe it will work. And the genie is constantly confused. The genie is bringing what you asked for into form and then not bringing it into form. And then wondering if to bring it into form. You have got to, with the power of your will, which we talked about earlier, you have got to concentrate on one idea. Your new paradigm, regardless of the circumstances. You've got to do it with laser intensity. The more frequently you think about that, the more frequently you bring up that new picture, the more rapidly it will begin to manifest into form. So at a minimum, once per day, minimum. Now this is a discipline. At least once per day, you must find a quiet time to do the exercise I'm going to describe to you. Your subconscious mind never sleeps. When you go to sleep at night, your subconscious mind beats your heart, it digests food, it runs your respiratory system, it continues to work all night long. Consequently, the last thought that you give to your subconscious mind at night before drifting off to sleep is what you provide it to work with all night long. Therefore, one of the best times to visualize your new paradigm is every night as you go to sleep. So do this. Every night as you go to sleep, and I've done this for years, as you lay your head on the pillow, just get a picture of your new paradigm and hold it in your mind as you drift off to sleep. Make it fun. Your subconscious mind will take that and begin to work with it all night long. The vibration will be sent out, and the law of attraction will begin to bring those results and those things into your life. Now, in addition to the time before you go to sleep, at least one time a day, stop, just for a few minutes, and let yourself relax. Begin to see, hear, and feel yourself in possession of your new paradigm. Now, the critical understanding here is that you have to be in the picture. You say, James, you've already told us that. Well, it's so important. I want to make sure you understand it. Not seeing yourself in the picture, but you have to be physically in it. You understand? You've got to see it, hear it, and feel it. Act as if you were there right now. You want to see yourself talking, walking, feeling, acting as if you were already there in your new paradigm, in your new life, in its physical form, right now. That's what you've got to do. Let yourself relax, bring up the picture, and run it through. Make it better. Make it bigger, brighter. Make it more fun. Make it like a moving picture. Hear sounds. Feel feelings. Make them more intense. The more vividly you imagine it, and the more frequently you imagine it, the more rapidly it will come into your life. This works. For the most rapid results, practice this visualization at the following times: when you first wake up in the morning, at midday, and right before you go to sleep at night. But at minimum, absolute minimum, do it before you go to bed. This is the key. This will start to bring the things you want into your life so quickly it'll make your head spin. And this is a scientific approach. It's been used by all winners in their life throughout time. Jack Nicklaus is well known for visualizing his stroke, feeling the swing, seeing the ball fly exactly where he wants it to go before every single shot. Michael Jordan always runs through the entire game in his mind before ever leaving the locker room. Every shot, every move, every pass. Great gymnasts are instructed, even when they're injured, to lay on the mat and visualize their performance, run through their entire routine. This has been studied and documented. It's not my idea. I've utilized it all my life, and you know what? I utilized it even before I knew what I was doing. But now that you and I know how it works, we can begin to create whatever we want. Joel Barker, the author of the book Paradigm, says this: "To ignore the power of paradigms to influence your judgment is to put yourself at risk when exploring the future." To be able to shape your future, you have to be ready and able to change your paradigm. You now have the ability. You have written down your new paradigm. Are you ready? You are certainly able. Make the commitment starting right now. Okay, now that you have your new paradigm, let's talk about the power of vision, the third principle that we're going to explore in the science of success. The ancient text says this: "Where there is no vision, the people perish." Now that you know how your marvelous mind works, you must begin to program it properly. Now that you have a new paradigm about yourself, you must begin to program your mind with the vision that the new person you are will create on a continual basis. As we learned previously, there is one great law: energy is. Therefore, your thoughts, like everything else, are impulses of energy. It stands to reason that if everything is energy, your thoughts are energy as well, doesn't it? And each of these thoughts is literally vibrating at a specific cycle per second, according to the law of vibration. A subset of this law, the law of vibration, is called the law of attraction. This law states that similar vibrations will attract each other, and dissimilar vibrations will repel. By law, you must put your thoughts and yourself in a vibration with the good that you desire, or you will never, ever receive it. In other words, you have to be in harmony or in resonance with what you want. This involves aligning your body, your mind, and your spirit with your desires. The first step to making this happen and creating what you want is to really, truly define what you want with absolute clarity. As I said earlier, many people don't get what they want in life because they don't know what they want. You've got to know what you want very clearly. Left to chance, you'll be a product of your conditioning, and you'll produce results accordingly. Now, this explains why welfare recipients are frequently second or third generation welfare recipients. Now, they are not better or worse people than you or I. They've just forgotten who they truly are. Conversely, if you look at a family like the Kennedys, for instance, they are high performers and achievers generation after generation. Again, no better or worse people. They just have different conditioning, different thoughts, which drive different actions. Your conditioning is a multitude of ideas, beliefs, and thought processes that have been fixed in your subconscious mind, and these are commonly referred to as habits. If you bunch all your habits together, you have your old paradigm. Remember, we stated earlier that you form your habits, or you form your paradigm, and then at some point, your habits and your paradigm form you. So we've chosen or accepted them somewhere along the way, but then we forget. And at that point, they sink deep into our subconscious mind and they begin to make us. You have a host of habits that are fixed in your subconscious mind which are not to your benefit, and they must be replaced. They come from all areas that we've previously discussed. Our habits and our paradigm are sent out into the universe, and we should know this by now. They begin to attract results with which they are in resonance or harmony. Therefore, even though you're most often unaware of their existence, these destructive concepts that are fixed in your subconscious mind begin to attract the things that you do not want into your life, and therefore they hold you back. Now, here's the good news. You don't have to be a victim of your past paradigm. You can escape the outcome of your past conditioning and your habits and begin to create the life of your dreams. To begin to make this happen, you must first recognize that you are a perfect expression of unlimited possibilities. All things, absolutely anything is possible. Think of your mind as a wonderful garden that needs to have constant tending. Your old habits are like weeds that grow up in the garden, and they grow on their own, don't they? I mean, you don't have to fertilize weeds in your garden, do you? No way. You don't even have to work to grow weeds. They grow on their own. In fact, you can even cover them up with cement and they'll grow right up through the cracks. But you see, beautiful flowers need love and care. They need to be fed, watered, handled, babied, pampered, protected from the weeds. Well, the marvelous garden of your mind must be nurtured and protected from the weeds of life. Weeds grow on their own. You must constantly de-weed the garden of your mind and plant the seeds of your desire. You must use your conscious gardener carefully and continuously. Now, here's another thing. Nature abhors a vacuum. If something is removed, it must be replaced. And nature will fill it as quickly as possible. I mean, just try keeping your desk clean at work. Empty space cries out to be filled, doesn't it? Try digging a hole somewhere and see how long it takes to start filling in. Not long at all. Therefore, it's not just sufficient to pull out the weeds. Why? They'll grow right back, won't they? To control what flourishes and grows, you must constantly replace them, the old habits and paradigm, with new truths. Does that make sense? You will do this successfully when you have a compelling and a passionate reason, and this reason is your vision. Now, to do this, we've got to start thinking differently. Albert Einstein said once, "The thinking that has brought me this far has created some problems that this thinking cannot solve." You probably have experienced this same feeling in your life. Have you ever had a goal to, let's say, be the president of your favorite club or organization? Okay, so you focus on this. You have a passion to accomplish this. The laws come into play. Your vision is attracted to you. Great. You're now the president, and there you find a whole new set of circumstances you never imagined. You quickly understand that you need to think in new ways, and you don't even know how. This is the kind of situation that at first may seem to be potential disaster, but it can be the seeds of success if it motivates you to think differently. Well, we've got to start thinking differently. We've got to create a new way of thought and continuously practice and exercise that thought. Here's the truth. A vision and a purpose are always more compelling than a goal. Now, you may say, "James, you've alluded to goals before. Does that mean you don't think goals are important?" No, I believe goals are absolutely important. They're an important part of life, and they're a necessity to move you forward. However, a goal will never qualify as your vision. Understand this. Goals are a part of a vision, but your vision needs to be more than just a goal. And remember, only you can decide what your vision is. Although another person in your life, your spouse, your parent, your brother, sister, your employee, one of your associates, may offer you some suggestions, you must ultimately make the final decision. No one else in the world is capable of creating your vision. A vision, your vision, will continue to compel you and pull you and attract you long after a goal is accomplished. Welcome back to Power Principle number 4, the power of partnerships. Now, partnerships are absolutely vital to your success and to the science of success. Without partnerships, you will never fully achieve the good you desire. Why? Well, because today, knowledge in our world is doubling every 3 years. This means that many of the things we will use on a daily basis in the years ahead haven't even been thought of, much less invented. Because of the rapid pace of technology, we are all expected to do more with less. I sure am. Consequently, the only way that you and I can be successful is to leverage ourselves. Anyone who tells you that they succeeded by themselves today is just not being honest. I mean, even if you work smart and really hard, I don't know about you, but I know for me, no matter how many books are in my library, there are still stacks of books I haven't read yet. I can read all the magazines in the world and I still feel like I'm behind. You ever feel like that? Even if you work smart and extremely hard, it's difficult to keep up, isn't it? You've created your new personal paradigm, and you've clearly defined your vision. The next step is to begin to leverage your time, talents, and actions through powerful partnerships. The power of your vision will bring new rewards and challenges to you. You must be ready to enjoy the rewards of your desires and be able to deal with these new challenges in your new world. Remember, you wouldn't even be able to dream a dream if you couldn't make it come true. So do you think you can do all these things by yourself? No, you can't. Why would you want to? If there was a way to make difficult and challenging situations easier and more rewarding, you'd want to do that, wouldn't you? Well, the key to thriving in your new world is powerful partnerships. Why is it that people don't frequently build these? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? Doesn't it make sense that if you could build partnerships with some really incredible people, you would leverage yourself and increase your achievement? You would decrease the time to achieve your goals? Absolutely. So why do most people not do it? Well, there might be a lot of things involved here, but one of them, I think, is due to the competitive mindset that is perpetuated in our world. The competitive mindset that we have been conditioned to operate in as we've grown up in our society. See, the first thing that you must understand is that the truly successful, the high achievers in life, the real winners, never compete. Now, you may say, wait a minute, James, that just doesn't sound right to me. I mean, how am I going to win in life if I don't compete? Well, we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we go along. But for now, suffice it to say that when you compete, you are limiting yourself and your ability to create. Why is this? Well, let's think about our thoughts when we compete. The very nature of competition is that, number one, you are comparing yourself to your quote-unquote adversary. Number two, you're believing that there is a limited supply of goodness and success, right? If you didn't believe there was a limited supply, you wouldn't compete. So what I'm going to suggest to you is that both of these paradigms are in error. The only competition you will ever have in life is the competition between your disciplined and undisciplined mind. In other words, yourself. The only true competition you will ever have is you. Your ability to discipline your thought processes or your inability to do so. First, we have to understand there are no external adversaries. To have an external adversary, your results would have to be created by external events. What other people do or don't do would have to determine your level of success. Now, you and I, we've spent so much time on this, and we know that external events, external circumstances, external individuals do not determine what we achieve or don't achieve. You determine that, and only you. No one can stop you from achieving all that you desire. It is your birthright. If you must create an adversary in life, let your adversary be your own lack of understanding. Let your adversary be your own undisciplined mind. That's the only thing that's going to limit you and hold you back. It's the only thing that will limit your success. Listen to these tapes over and over again until you can hear my voice in your sleep. We've talked about this so many times. Work the exercises again and again until you lock them into your spiritual power center. And nothing and no one will be able to slow the magnetic attraction of everything and anything you want. Okay, secondly, there is no such thing as a limited supply. We've already learned that nothing is ever created or destroyed. All that ever was, is, and shall be is already here. This is law. The marketplace. Think about it now. Your marketplace is full of people and companies in your same business, providing similar service, and many of them are prospering, aren't they? The people you once thought to be your competition can earn millions of dollars in your same field. and there'd still be millions to go around, wouldn't there? Their success has no effect upon yours. Now, you may be saying, well, James, this is radical thinking. And you know what? Compared to our current collective thinking, it is. But collective thinking is inaccurate. Oftentimes, you need to see which way the masses are heading and the way the masses are thinking, and you need to go in the opposite direction. The highly successful people in life do not compete. They create. There's a big difference between competition and creation. Think about it. The mere nature of competition means that you must compare yourself to others. Now, what you have learned is that your consistent thoughts do what? They attract and manifest in your physical world, don't they? So, what does this mean? What this means, if you're constantly measuring and comparing yourself to your quote-unquote competition, you're doomed to create nothing more than their best effort. Not a very wise way to create your future, is it? Resolve right now, once and for all, to concentrate only on what you are creating and the abundance of possibility that's available to you. Your concentration will reward you with what you want and what you desire. Okay, once you understand the fundamental truth of creation, you'll open yourself up to a whole new world of possibilities. Now that you realize there's no true competition in life but yourself, no longer must you concern yourself with petty unwillingness to help your teammates, petty arguments, and competition with others. You'll be free to become the very best and create all that you are, all that your unlimited potential allows. Once this paradigm shift occurs, you'll begin to automatically assist others in achieving their goals. Now, what does this do? Well, by law, your actions will begin to attract like energies into your life. What you sow, you will reap. This makes sense, doesn't it? So, now that you're helping people, now that you're building partnerships, how do you choose the right partnerships? You must begin, as you put yourself in the proper vibration for your vision, you must begin to choose and associate with individuals and build friendships with people who are in resonance or harmony with who you are becoming. These have to be people who believe in you and who will support the reality of what you're creating and nothing else. You know, about 6 years ago, I made a commitment to myself that I would never build intimate relationships with people I did not want to be. And this has massively changed my life. Now, I had to get rid of some friends. I had to change some of the places that I frequented. But I'll tell you what, it made a major difference. You must commit to only build intimate relationships. It doesn't mean that you won't have friendships or you won't have acquaintances, but intimate relationships will only be with those people you admire and people that you want to become. Unless you are highly unusual, there are people in your life right now who limit you. Be prepared right now. The majority of the people in your life will not understand what you're doing. Disempowering relationships have limited many a would-be high achiever. Even those who love you with the best intention, with good intention, will tell you to slow down, take your time, or be realistic. Even though they have your best interests at heart and they really love you, they will hold you back. Other people will tell you every reason in the world why you cannot achieve your vision and your dream. Even though they may care for you and love you, and you love them, these people are toxic. Stay away from them. Think hard when you're around them. Do not allow those thoughts to come into your mind. You see, the truth is, to many of them, you will represent the courage that they don't have. You will represent the person that they are unwilling to become. You will never see an eagle flying with a flock of pigeons. Now, you may think this is a simple example. However, it's not just a chance occurrence. It is law. The eagle is in a completely different vibration from the pigeon, and therefore they repel each other versus attract each other. Winners always flock with winners. As you begin to notice and study the high achievers, what you'll find is that they attend the same churches, they go to the same functions, they eat at the same restaurants. Winners always flock with winners. Often on the road to success, and you might as well prepare yourself for it right now, You'll have to change your intimate friendships and places that you go on a frequent basis. But the returns are enormous. You'll get new friends. You'll have new places to go. If you hold yourself to the highest, a higher standard that anyone would ever expect of you, you will be rewarded. You will invariably find that high achievers spend quality time with like-minded people. Your relationships, partnerships, and your environment are more important to your success than heredity. We've already talked about this, so you must take it seriously. These things are imperative. Your thoughts are massively influenced by the people and the environments where you spend most of your time. Therefore, you can't afford to be lackadaisical about this issue. You've got to take it seriously. No one can do it by themselves in today's world. You must frequently touch the lives of greatness, those who believe in you, inspire you, and motivate you towards your vision. You must stand on the shoulders of giants. People who are giants in their ethics, their practices, and their support of others. So now, here's what I'm going to give you the opportunity to do. Let's begin by thinking about our partnerships. And this is vitally important. I'm going to ask you to work the exercise on choosing your business partnerships. So, if you turn to the page in your workbook about partnerships, let's complete the questions. If you're in your car, turn off the tape and think about these questions one at a time. Even if this is our second or third time through, it's important to constantly check in and revisit with yourself. This is your chance. Question number 1. Make a list of the key business people you currently spend the majority of your time with. Get them all down. Key business people. Question number 2. From that list of names, how many of these people are people who you truly aspire to become or to be like? How many of these people are people you respect? And who are they? Turn off the tape and list these names now. If you're in your car, turn off the tape and think about the people you spend your time with and how many of them are people you aspire to become. Question number 3. Who are the high performers you would like to cultivate deeper relationships and partnerships with? Now, what I want you to do is to consider individuals that you've already listed as well as people that you've not yet listed. Think of these highly successful people. Turn off the tape and write them below or think about them now. Question number 4. How specifically will you commit to make this happen? How specifically will you commit to building relationships and partnerships with these people, the people you admire, and by what date will you do it? It's critical that you get really specific here. I will take them to lunch sometime doesn't work. You need a concrete commitment. I will call them tomorrow and invite them to lunch on Friday. That one works. I will socialize with them more. It doesn't work. I will take them to a ball game or have them over for dinner on Saturday night. Works. You get the idea? Okay, be specific. Great. So decide what you will specifically commit to now and put it down. And question number 5. What will you do to help them? Again, be very specific. You will give them a specific business idea. You will give them a referral. You need to give this some serious thought. How will you help them? Now, let's move to social partnerships. Your social partnerships and who you interact with socially are every bit as important as who you interact with in a business environment. So let's think about these. Question number 1. Make a list of the people you currently socialize with. Who do you go to the movies, go to dinner? Who do you socialize with? Once again, turn off the tape and give this some thought. Question number 2. From that list of names, how many of these people are people you really admire, people you aspire to become? And who are they? Turn off the tape. Question number 3. Who are the people you would like to cultivate deeper relationships and friendships with? Once again, consider people you've already put on the list as well as names not listed and list them here. Here's an important distinction. If all of the people on your list are just like you, consider who of a different race, gender, religion, industry, who from a different neighborhood could bring a wealth of diversity into your life. Question number 4. How specifically will you commit to make this happen? How will you make these partnerships and relationships begin to build, and by what date? Be specific. And question number 5, what will you do to help them? What will you give to them? Okay, you've got some action plans and some names for business partnerships and social partnerships. So now let's talk about the next item. This is a really important one. Mentors. One of the most powerful and impactful contributions to my life is that I have had some incredible mentors. I've had mentors from the time I was very, very young. And my mentors have taught me things. They've shortened my learning curve exponentially. They've cut it in half. One of the greatest things you can do to increase the velocity of your success momentum is to find and work with a great mentor. All highly successful individuals have had great teachers. Mentors are the people who have already achieved a level of success that you aspire to. Your mentor will shorten your learning curve tremendously. These people have been where you're going, have learned what works and what doesn't work, and they can tell you from experience what to do and not do. They've made the mistakes, so you don't have to make them. I'll tell you, you can make it without a mentor, but it will take twice the time. So let's think about this. If you're driving in your car, once again, turn off the tape and think about each question. Otherwise, look in your workbook and write them down there. Brainstorm people. Just write down all the people that you need to meet and to emulate. Who are the people that are experts in your field? Or who has achieved what you want to achieve? List them in your workbook on the mentor page now. Ready, go. Number 2, what has to happen for you to meet these people? Who do you know that knows them? Now you may say to yourself, I don't know the answer to this question, James, but do you know that it's been speculated that we are, at maximum, only 5 people away from anyone in the world? So think about it. Who could help you meet this person? Who do you have to call? How will you make it happen? When will you make it happen? Be specific. Question number 3. Think of the person or persons that could become your mentor. Someone you can go to for guidance and for insights. List these people below. And last, what can you do to build a deep relationship and partnership with your future mentor? When will you commit to making this happen? And be specific. Good job. You've got some excellent people on your list for business partnerships, some outstanding people for social partnerships and relationships, and you've got some great ideas for mentors. You've made some commitments to yourself. Now, let's talk about what you need to follow through and how you're going to make this happen. Once you contact these people, you must be able to communicate with them effectively to create what you want. That makes sense, doesn't it? Therefore, you need to become a master communicator. To build relationships and partnerships, you must be able to communicate and do so effectively. The quality in life that makes you more promotable, more retainable, and more desirable, more so than anything else, is the skill of outstanding communication. This is true in every area of your life. There have been studies done regarding what makes marriages work. And above all, the highest leverage item that will guarantee a relationship will work is the ability to communicate. Let's think about a leader. As a leader of an organization or a group, master communication skills are the most highly leveraged things you can develop, aren't they? To build masterful and powerful partnerships as well, you must become a master communicator. Now, what do we know? According to the law of relativity, everything in existence is only real according to what? According to its relationships to other things. So in other words, everything in life is about relationships. Relationships are life. And relationships are built upon communication, commonality, and connection. Communication is the key to make all 3 of these happen. These 3 factors collectively are what we'll call rapport. Rapport is another word for harmony or resonance or for being in the same vibration. When we are in rapport, we communicate on 3 levels with other individuals: the physical, the intellectual, and the spiritual. And when you're in rapport, you can feel it, can't you? I mean, think about your dearest friend and the feelings you have when you're around them. This is directly due to the similar vibration that you are in, or your level of rapport. The intellectual or conscious mind is communicated with by 4 things: words, tonality, gestures, and writing. To the degree that you establish commonality in these areas, you will begin to establish rapport. In other words, the individual will begin to think, hey, this person is like me. And this will open the door to deeper levels. Let's talk briefly about how we do this. Think for a moment about when you are with your best friend, your family members, and business associates. Let me ask you, are there certain words that you and these people choose on a regular basis? Is there a certain way you say them, maybe in a certain tone? Are there certain gestures that you use and you both know what they mean? I mean, how many times have you noticed yourself talking just like someone after you've been around them for a while? I mean, the people you hang around with the most, you probably have little code names and little jokes and little things that no one else understands, don't you? Or how many times have you caught yourself picking up on one of their slang words, even if you don't like it? You see, this is what happens when we're in rapport at the conscious level. Next time you're in a restaurant, do this. This is fun. Notice how people at the tables around you are conversing. The people who are obviously connected with each other, the ones in deep rapport, they'll be sitting in a similar fashion, making similar gestures, and talking at the same volume and speed. Now, knowing that we all do this, you can accelerate your rapport building and communication effectiveness by mirroring or matching key words, tonality of the words, and the gestures used with these people you're interacting with. For instance, if someone you're interacting with speaks really slow and soft, you would not create quick rapport with them by talking really fast and loud, would you? If your intention is to build a relationship and a partnership with this person, this approach is in absolute integrity. Understand, I mean, we do this anyway, but master communicators just accelerate the process. The physical body is communicated with as well, by gestures and actions. Because gestures or body actions are so important, we mention them at the conscious level as well as the physical. Also, sometimes gestures build rapport at a conscious level, and sometimes they're out of our conscious awareness. The way we use our physical body is actually far more powerful than the words we choose or the tonality with which we deliver those words. In fact, behavioral scientists tell us that there are 3 ways of communicating. Physiology, our actions, our gestures, our body, send the loudest message. This may surprise you, but a full 55% of the message conveyed is through our body, followed by tonality at 38%, and the words that we use only communicate 7% of the message. If you find this hard to believe, think about this. Have you ever had someone tell you something, but for some reason you just didn't believe them? I mean, you just couldn't always put your finger on it, but something just wasn't right. I'm sure this has happened to you. I certainly know it's happened to me. And the reason is that we are sensing something in their tone or their physical body that is incongruent or out of alignment with the words they are speaking. Our intuitive factor is picking up a message. You see, master communicators always send the same message at all levels, a message in total congruence. Again, commonality in these areas will open the door to deeper levels of rapport. Think about the people you hang around with most frequently. I'd be willing to bet that once again you have similar gestures and actions, and you don't even really think about it. When you get in rapport with someone, these things just begin to happen, don't they? Well, the thing that we can do is begin to accelerate the rapport by doing these things consciously. By building rapport at a conscious level through words, tonality, gestures, and writing, and at the physical level through gestures and actions. This is how we create deeper connection. The last level, the spiritual or the subconscious level of rapport, is related to by vibration or emotion. And once this bond is made, the level of trust is extremely high. The subconscious mind is wide open. And this is the deepest level of rapport that you can ever experience. And at this level, a tremendous level of trust begins to build. Your closest partnerships, relationships, and friendships are and will be in resonance at all 3 levels. You see, winners communicate on all 3 levels. If you look at the diagram in your workbook, you'll once again see the stick person, person A and person B. You communicate at all 3 levels through words, similar tonality, same types of writing. At the subconscious level through emotion, vibration, and through gestures and actions at the body. Now, what I'd like for you to do is to think about the ways that you can begin to build a greater level of rapport with those people that you've listed. What are some of the things you can do consciously to increase your levels of rapport with mentors, with the business partnerships, and with your social partnerships? Stop and really think about these things. Get creative and be specific. Write them down now. I'll join you with power principle number 5, the power of giving. All right, we're ready for power principle number 7, the power of accountability. This principle is all about results. And probably more than any other principle, this will put the science of success in motion to create what you want in your life. As you use the principles in your life, this principle, the power of accountability, is the one that represents the last movement in your quest to open the combination lock to the life of your dreams. You have all the laws. You have all but one of the principles. I hope you're excited. Remember when you were a little kid? Did you have a bicycle? And if you did you have a combination lock for it? Or maybe you had one for your locker at school? Well, one of the things I remember about my combination lock is that the last number was a cinch. Remember that? I mean, all you had to do was turn the dial slowly, and then all of a sudden you felt a click and you opened the lock. I mean, it almost opened itself, didn't it? Now, this is exactly where you are with this program. All you have to do is turn the dial and the lock will open. Are you ready? Here we go. All the highly successful people in life throughout time have understood this truth, and they have practiced accountability on a daily basis. You must understand that if anything is going to happen in your life, it's entirely up to you. Only when you take accountability for everything in your life can you be in a position to change or control anything. Now, that's not a popular mentality, I know. Day after day, I interact with individuals and organizations, and very few people are willing to step up and take accountability for their life. And yet, what I'm going to suggest to you today is that until and unless you do this, you will never create what you truly want. The Science of Success program produces results, and they are guaranteed. Now, I know this claim has been made time and time again, but I make it with conviction, and it's up to you to make it happen. It's up to you to learn and to understand what's in the program and to practice it. It's up to you to listen and to study on a daily basis, to work through the exercises and to play flat out, to play 100%. You have the knowledge. Now it's up to you to do something with it. I obviously can't make you do it. No one can make you do it. No one can do it for you. You are in control of your own destiny. And you know what? It's a matter of choice, not chance. You know, I meet two different kinds of people in life. There's dreamers and achievers. Dreamers dream big dreams, but very few of them achieve or follow through and get results. You probably know someone like that. Achievers, on the other hand, are the people who get results. They can put it in the bank. They make it happen. And there's one big difference that I've found between the people who are dreamers in life and the people who are achievers. And that is action. Massive, immediate, intelligent, and consistent action. That's the one differentiating factor between the people who think a lot and the people who do a lot. The ones who make things happen. You know, I was working in Atlanta last year. I spoke in the morning and I had the afternoon off. It was a beautiful spring day, so I wandered down to the Chattahoochee River. The sky was crystal clear, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and as I crossed a bridge, I noticed a movement down in the water. So I stopped. I was curious, and I noticed that there were 3 kayakers. Now, I don't know anything about kayaks, but because I was curious, I stopped and watched. 2 of them were running through these gates. You know, they were swerving and spinning and turning in and out. They were doing a great job, much better than I could do. But there was a 3rd person on the shore, and it was instantly obvious that he was a pro. It was so evident in the way he carried himself, the way he gave suggestions to the other 2. And you know, what I thought to be good performance obviously wasn't good enough for him. because he lowered himself into his kayak and he pushed off from the shore. What happened next was pure poetry. I mean, it was like a ballet. He began to swerve and spin in and out of the gates. The water didn't even ripple. When he finished the course, he came back up to shore and he slowly began to pull himself out of the boat. One of his students went, "Well, that's not fair." He slowly set down his oar, looked her straight in the eyes and said, "That's not fair? Do you realize where I have been for the last 7 years? While you and most of your friends were out partying on Friday nights, going dancing, going to movies, having dates, drinking, and having fun, I was home studying the masters, listening to tapes and learning my craft. I was getting to bed early so I could get up the next morning and train. Do you realize that for the last 7 years, while you and most others were sleeping in on weekends, having nothing better to do than to enjoy a day off, I was up at the crack of dawn. I was down here in the gates, practicing, training, exercising, and learning my sport. Do you realize that every cent of discretionary income for the last 7 years has been spent in my improvement and in my equipment? And you know what? I wouldn't trade 1 minute of it. I absolutely love it. It's my passion. I think it's absolutely fair." You see, there's always a price to pay for greatness, isn't there? It takes commitment. It takes personal accountability. It takes passion. Are you willing to make that commitment? To pay the price of greatness? To take accountability to create your own destiny? Do you want it more than anything in life? Do you have the passion? If you do, then join the 3% Club. That's 3% of the people in the world who hold themselves to the highest standards. Make a commitment right now for the next 30 days to listen to one of the Power Principle tapes every single day for a week, over and over again until it plants itself firmly in the garden of your marvelous subconscious mind. Now you might say, "Well, James, that's a little bit of an overkill, isn't it?" No, it's not. Not if you have the desire and the passion. Remember, your old conditioning has been planted into your subconscious mind for years and years and years. If you want to replace it, if you want to remove your old paradigm, you can remove it, but it must be replaced. Remember, nature abhors a vacuum. If you take out your old paradigm and you don't replace it with your new empowering paradigm, your new unlimited paradigm, then it will replace itself. Remember the example we used of the garden and the weeds? Well, weeds grow on their own, don't they? Like wildfire. So make a commitment to listen to one of these tapes every single day. Do it with passion. Make it fun. Repetition is the first law of learning. Repetition brings retention. If you ever hope to recondition your subconscious, you must fill it with new information over and over again. Do not read or listen to anything that is contrary to this way of thinking. This system gives in detail the science of success, the super laws of success, and the 7 principles of success. The power of 7 times 2. Now, if this is true, then you need not read or listen to any other information on the subject. This may seem boastful, but think about it. There is only one shortest distance between 2 points. There's only one way to think scientifically, and that is to think by the most direct and simple route to the mountaintop. Listen to the tapes every day. Read and reread the workbook. Work and rework the exercises. Commit it to memory, and do not think about or entertain any other system or theories. This is for your own benefit, for if you read or hear something contrary right now, it may induce doubt. If you are uncertain and wavering, you'll begin to fail. I encourage you to do this for your own benefit, for if you read or hear something contrary right now, it may induce doubt. Doubt will bring uncertainty, and if you are uncertain and wavering, you will begin to fail. So read and listen only to the most optimistic world news. In fact, don't even turn on the television. Only read and listen to those things that are in harmony with your new vision and your picture of the future. Check your relationships and your partnerships. Make sure they support you in your vision. When you have achieved all the success of your dreams, then you can study and entertain other systems and philosophies. But until that time, you must focus like a laser. You must be accountable for the information that you allow into your marvelous mind. If you'll commit to doing this, your results will begin coming into your life so quickly you will not believe it. But once again, it's up to you. You must be accountable. Understand, winners get results. And to get results, you've got to take action. You see, if you check your experience, what you'll find is that winners do in life what others didn't. Really, when it gets down to it, it's all about results, isn't it? I can't say this enough. That's what this whole program is about, and I know that's what you want. You want to grow and improve, don't you? In fact, growing is law. It's the sole purpose of the human race. We've talked about this in many of the previous principles. You must create or disintegrate. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you understand and apply the science of success principles, turbocharged results are guaranteed as you take action. You are incredible at manifesting whatever you desire, whatever you consistently think on. And you know what? You have done this all your life. But it's not just enough to think about prosperity and success. You have to do something with it, don't you? Unfortunately, in today's world, many people believe that success comes from what you know. In fact, we've often heard that knowledge is power. But you and I know that's not true. Knowledge is not power. Knowledge is nothing more than unorganized information. Wisdom is true power, isn't it? Wisdom is information that is organized and acted upon in alignment with universal principles and laws. Knowing is great, but wisdom gets results. Knowledge is what you know. Wisdom is what you're doing with what you know. The problem in today's environment is that many people, and you may know some of them, have allowed themselves and others to believe that results are not necessary. Now you may say, boy, James, that sounds a little strange, but think about it. How many people do you know that have a good story as to why they don't get results? And this often starts at a very early age. You can hear things like, well, I grew up in the wrong neighborhood, or I didn't get the breaks that someone else got. Stories like, my family wasn't as fortunate as others, or I don't have the proper schooling or the right degree. I mean, the list is endless, isn't it? And you hear these things all the time. But you and I realized early in this program that these things do not determine our success. We've even talked about many life masters who overcame great adversity. People like Walt Disney. Did you realize that 302 bankers said no to him? He was bankrupt 7 times before Disneyland really hit. I heard Art Linkletter tell a story once about Walt taking him out into the orange grove and talking about his vision, talking about this Disneyland picture that he had. And Art couldn't see the vision. And he said, you know, every step I took out of the orange grove cost me $100 million. Disney had a vision. He had adversity, but he overcame it. Michael Jordan didn't even make the team, the varsity team, in his sophomore year. Colonel Sanders, he had 1,009 no's before his Kentucky Fried Chicken hit. He lived in his car for 2.5 years. Albert Einstein, do you realize he didn't speak until he was 4 years old? Didn't read until he was 7? Teachers described him as mentally slow and adrift in his foolish dreams. You see, many of history's greatest leaders, the people who have made major accomplishments, have had stories to tell. They've had adversity. But they don't continue to get caught up in them, do they? Yes, outside forces do have an influence on us, but they by no means determine us, do they? The truth is, they are just convenient excuses, or maybe a lack of commitment and faith. Nothing but good stories. Winners don't tell stories. We don't tell them, you and I. Even when adversity comes our way, we're not going to permit ourselves to dwell on these excuses. You know, I have a close friend who's very successful. He made his millions in real estate in his mid-20s, and he's moved on to other passions. What a powerful partnership he is in my life. He is successful in all areas. I just love being around him. And you know, recently I was spending a day with him, and he recounted a poor investment he had made last year. It seems that he made an investment on the advice of a neighbor. Well, the long and the short of the story is he ended up losing about $300,000. Now, this is not an inconsequential amount for anyone to lose, but as I listened to him speak, he took full accountability. Never once was there any blame or any excuse. He said, you know, I learned a lot. After all, it was me that made the decision to pursue the investment. No one twisted my arm. How different this is from the mindset of many people that you and I interact with on a regular basis, that would much rather tell the stories, make excuses, and play the victim. His winner's attitude doesn't stop there, though, because he went on to say, that money is in the safest bank that I know of, the universal bank. I know that I can, and I will, get it back whenever I need it. I thought, wow, what an example of accountability and success. And you know what? He's absolutely right. Now, some people may say, well, it's easy for him to say with the amount of money he has. But let me ask you the question. Did his results bring that attitude? Or did that attitude and accountability bring his results? I'm going to suggest to you it's the latter. And he gets results. Many have fooled themselves into thinking that not getting results is acceptable as long as they have a good story. This is absolutely untrue. Good stories can be great excuses, but they guarantee failure. Winners in life push past their good stories to get results. There's something that I'd like for you and I to always remember. Results are not equal to no results in a good story. In fact, you might just underline that in your workbook. That's so key. Results are not equal to no results in a good story. Now, you may have a story, and you know, I've got them too. We all have stories, and many times those stories are true. Situations and experiences and things that happen to us in our lives do have an influence on us. However, they do not have the power to control us unless we allow them to. To the degree that we continue to focus on all of our stories, what happens? You should know by now. We begin to attract that kind of energy into our life, don't we? As we focus on our stories and our limitations, what do we attract? We attract our stories and our limitations because we attract and move towards what we focus on. Oftentimes, we disempower ourselves to ever change or to ever achieve in our life when we focus on our stories. Make a decision right now. Make a powerful and life-changing decision. Resolve right now to no longer tell your good stories, even if they're true. No one ever became a leader by focusing on limitations. I mean, think about the Abraham Lincolns, the Martin Luther Kings, the Gandhis. I could go on and on. The people who have made major impacts that we've talked about in our society. They all had good stories, but they never became leaders by focusing on their stories or their limitations, did they? No one ever became wealthy by studying poverty. In fact, the medical profession will never cure illness by making sickness a study. The only way to build the results you want in your life is to constantly and consistently focus on the things you want. You'd never go to a drowning man to learn how to swim, would you? You would not focus on how to not do something you wanted to learn to do. You would never consult a peasant on how to become a king. You would not read the life story of someone who is broke to learn how to amass a fortune. Likewise, you cannot focus on your limitations and lack to create your vision. Those of us who take true accountability let go of their stories. They know that pondering lack and limitation will only and can only attract more of the same into their lives. What I'm going to ask you to do is to commit to getting in the driver's seat. The metaphor I like to use is drive your own bus. You see, I interact with people on a daily basis who are roaring down the highway of life, but they're in the back seat of the bus and someone else is driving. They're the victims of external circumstances. They're like a ping pong ball in the surf. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know those people? Everything that comes along knocks them to and fro. They're not driving their own bus. They're not in charge of their own destiny. But whose fault is it really? I mean, we know the answer. You know the answer. It's absolutely their own. You and I must choose. We must decide. We must right now become accountable for every single thing we have in our life. When we start to become accountable for the good as well as the bad, then we can change anything. We can start to say, what can I do differently? What can I choose differently? How can I respond differently? You see, accountability breeds responsibility. You'll be much more responsible when you hold yourself accountable for your end results, for all of your results. So come on, let's get in the driver's seat. Resolve right now to take full accountability for your current and future results. Decide that you are going to create your heart's desires no matter what the cost. Regardless of current or past circumstances, you know who you are and what you can and will create. Because the truth is, you can come up with a story for any situation. I bet you can, even for the situations that you're succeeding in right now. Okay, do this for a moment. Think about any area of your life right now where you are successful, where you're succeeding. You're getting the results you want. It might be a personal situation. It might be a business situation. Think about a situation right now. It doesn't have to be huge. You might be a really good gardener or a really great tennis player. You might run a thriving business or be a phenomenal parent. It doesn't matter what it is. Just think about any situation in your life right now where you're getting the results you want. Have you got it? Great. Now, if you wanted to, how many good stories could you come up with for not getting results in this area? Now understand, you do get results. This is an area where you're successful. This is where you absolutely get what you want. But how many situations, stories, excuses, experience could you come up with if you wanted to show why you weren't getting results? Have some fun with this. Let's turn off the tape and come up with as many stories as possible as to why you were not getting results. Even though you are, think about all the reasons you could come up with why you're not. Okay? Ready? Go. Welcome back. I hope you had fun. You know, I do this exercise time and time again with people, and I guarantee you can come up with excuses and stories even in situations where you're winning in a big way, can't you? The point is, we can always focus on stories if we want to, can't we? Resolve right now to discontinue that. Decide right now to focus on what you want, take full accountability, and begin to create your dreams. Your future is unlimited. Take the first step towards driving your own bus and creating your own destiny. Now, I'm going to give you a tool. We're going to call that the 3 R's of accountability. Are you ready? The first R is recognize. Recognize exactly where you are in relation to your vision. Now you know what your vision is. We've done a lot of work with that. So take an honest look at your current results in relation to that vision. In just a moment, I'm going to ask you to use the first R of accountability to recognize where you are in relation to that vision in 4 key areas: physical, financial, emotional, and spiritual. Turn to your workbook and give that some thought now. Come on now, you've really got to do this. Take accountability, okay? Great job. Now, let's look at the second R of accountability: responsibility. Taking full responsibility for your results is the key to freedom. I'm going to encourage you to tell why you and only you are fully responsible for your future results. Turn to your workbook and fill this in now. If you're in your car, turn off the tape and answer this now. Why are you fully responsible for your future results? Next, I want you to honestly think about some of the good stories you have told in the past that have limited you. Now, be really honest with this one. You have to recognize it, admit it, and take responsibility for them to be able to change them, all right? So, you know, in the past, I've had some stories like, I don't have enough time, or I didn't have enough education or enough experience. You know, things like that, okay? Think about the stories you have allowed yourself to tell in the past. Turn in your workbook and write down these old stories now. Or once again, think about them as you're driving in your car. Great. We're ready for our last R of accountability: realize. Realize that you can change and create anything. You should be really good at this one by now. So summarize in the space provided why this is true. Summarize why you can create or change anything in your life. Great work. Next, answer in the space provided, what are the new results that you want? This is your vision. You won't have any problem with this one, but I want you to write it again. Plant it into your subconscious. What are your new desired results for the following areas: physical, financial, emotional, and spiritual? Think about these. Step into these and write them down now. Now the fun part. What are the actions you can take regardless of the old story. It doesn't matter how large or how small the action is. Take full accountability. What actions can you take immediately? Turn off the tape and fill these in now. And now the final step. What actions will you commit to taking right now? Now, I know you already have some action items from the Power of Vision, and that's okay. Because this is so key, action is so key, I want you to take and embellish and build upon them. Remember them and to write them down again. Action is the key. What will you commit to taking right now to move you in the direction of your vision, regardless of the old story? This is the most important part. This is the one that will define your future. Fill in your commitment in your workbook or state them aloud if you're in your car. Do that right now. Congratulations. Let me tell you something. I am so proud of you for taking these actions. The power of accountability will change your life in ways you'll never imagine. Action is the key. You've taken accountability. You've got your action items. You've got a plan. You are on the way to the life of your dreams. I'll talk to you on the next tape. Welcome to Power Principle number 5, the power of giving. Many years ago, the great student of success and human potential, Napoleon Hill, said, "I will induce others to serve me because of my willingness to serve others." Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "One cannot sincerely help another without helping himself." And another great teacher, perhaps the great teacher of all, said, "Let he who would be the greatest among you be the servant of all." When you begin to study all the world leaders, the high achievers and highly successful are and always have been the greatest givers. What we're going to explore is how the power of giving absolutely puts into effect a law that will bring abundance into your life, what you truly want. The power of giving is one of the most important principles you will ever learn. How does this work? Well, let's talk about what I call the boomerang principle. And it's really based upon the law of cause and effect that we discussed earlier. The law of cause and effect states this, that every effect has a cause, and every cause its effect. Now, this is not new, and you've probably heard it before. In fact, this is probably one of the most widely known of all the great laws. It's been taught in multiple ways throughout time. You've heard it as, what you sow, shall you reap. Or maybe, as you give, so shall you receive. You've possibly heard it called the law of karma, or in slang, maybe you've heard it said, what goes around, comes around, and many, many other ways. No matter how you say it, the law of cause and effect, just like the boomerang, brings back around into your life exactly what you put out. The boomerang principle says that what you put out comes right back into your life. Put out a lot, you will get back a lot. Put out a little, and you'll get back a little. It's a law. The problem is that many people are giving a little and expecting a lot in return. Do you know people like this? This will never work. Giving is one of the most powerful principles in the science of success for several reasons. First, if you give great service and value, you will, by law, receive great returns. It's a universal law. If you put out great service, you must get back goodness in return. And here's what I find. Winners always give 10 times more value than what they ask for in return. Number 2, giving is one of the quickest ways to plant new ideas and new realities of abundance into your subconscious mind. When you give, what you actually tell your subconscious is that you have more than enough and that you live in total abundance. That you don't have to hold on or be stingy or hold back with what you have, because you know that you can pull more than you need at any time from an unlimited supply. Does that make sense? So let's talk a little bit more about giving and how giving greatly affects and enacts many of the other laws, the law of cause and effect and the law of vibration and attraction. Not only does giving set the law of cause and effect in motion, guaranteeing that you must get back what you plant or put out into the universe, but it also puts out a particular vibration that brings the law of attraction into play. You already know, we've talked a lot about it, that like attracts like. Therefore, it's a law that the good you give must come back to you. And it will come back pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Here's something you need to understand right now. It is absolutely noble for you to charge and to collect a fortune for your services if you give a fortune in value. George Bernard Shaw once said, "It's a sin to be poor." Now think about it. We live in a world that rewards us monetarily for the value of the product or service we provide. Therefore, it stands to reason that what Shaw said is really true. In our world, if you are not being highly compensated, you need to provide more value. You are not giving enough. Likewise, we will run into problems when we try to charge a fortune for what we do, but we don't give much in return. You see, as I've said before, winners in life always give 10 times more value than what they ask for in return. They always provide tremendous value to the people they interact with. In other words, the true winners always provide 10 times more to their clients, to the people they interact with, than what they ask for in monetary compensation. Regardless of the monetary investment, the winner's clients and business associates always feel like it was more than worth the investment they made. In fact, often the true winner's clients will feel that they underpaid for the value they received. For this reason alone, if you truly understand the power of giving, your business and everything you do will be a huge success. People will actually be attracted to you. Crowds of people are always attracted to winners by magnetic forces, and knowledge of their value and their passion spreads like wildfire. I'm sure you've heard of referrals. Well, this is one reason why referrals work. This is why a lot of people don't have to do a lot of extensive marketing, never have and never will, because they understand the law. They may not consciously be aware of it, but they are giving tremendous value. Think about it. When somebody gives you tremendous value in any area, do you feel like telling someone you care about? Sure you do. Wouldn't you send a friend or a family member to someone who has treated you with passion and excellence? Someone who has totally amazed you with their service, their value, and in the way you've been treated? Someone who has given you 10 times more in value than what they've asked from you in return? Of course you would. This is a law, and this is what's happening for all the highly successful. It's not happenstance. It's never luck. What you give out not only will, but must come back to you in great measure. It's a law and a basic principle in the science of success. To ensure that this principle works for you, you must be sure that you are truly giving versus trading. Now let's talk about this for a moment. You must truly be giving versus trading, and there is a difference. You see, many people don't experience the true joy of giving, nor do they experience the returns that are inevitable when they do give. Why? Because their giving is really trading. How many times have you interacted with people who trade versus give? Think about Christmas in your family, for instance. Do you have family members who only go out and buy gifts because they think someone else is going to give them one? They don't really want to give. They're just worried about receiving a gift without giving something in return. That's not really giving, is it? That's giving because you don't want to be embarrassed or to look silly, which isn't really giving at all. You see, true giving comes from the heart. Many people give expecting reciprocity, but that's trading. The ancient text tells us, as you give, so shall ye receive. And this is true, but the key to remember is that it never told you you would receive from the same source. It just says you'll receive. Unfortunately, many people trade their love, their friendship, their gifts, their services, and they expect something in return. Oftentimes in relationships, what we call love is not really love at all, because people are actually trading. They're saying, I'll give you this if you give me that in return. It's not giving at all, and it goes against the law. Individuals who understand the law, the true winners in life, the high achievers, they know that it works. They know that if they give, they'll receive. But that's not why they give. They give for the sheer joy of helping someone, providing service, or giving tremendous value. For the highly successful, giving itself is the reward. Giving is the reward. True giving doesn't have to be something huge or elaborate. It only has to be from the heart. So that's why, again, giving is such an important principle in the science of success for a number of reasons. Number one, by law, what you give must come back to you. That's the boomerang principle. Number two, it also sends a strong message to your subconscious that you come from abundance. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is to turn off the tape right now and think about how you can give more. How can you begin to give 10 times more value than what you ask for in return? Be creative and be specific. Now, let's shift here for just a moment and talk about a subset of giving, and that is the vacuum law of prosperity. This is a fun one. If you want to bring something new into your life, you must have a space available. Nothing can come into your life unless there is a space for it to come into. Now that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, that's actually a life principle. Nature abhors a vacuum. Now you can easily test this. Go into your backyard and dig a hole. What will happen? Well, you and I know it won't be long before the hole begins to fill in. Why? Nature will begin to fill the void. Nature abhors a void or a vacuum. You know, I experience this almost on a daily basis in my home. I have this broad, open counter in my kitchen. No matter how many times I clean it off, it never remains that way for very long. Do you have something like that? Maybe a desk or an area in your home? You know, I'll clean it off, it'll be looking great, it'll be spotless, and within days it'll have mail stacked on it, books or other miscellaneous items all over it. I'm sure you've experienced this as well. It's a natural principle. Nature abhors a vacuum. If something is empty, it will begin to fill. If you were to set a glass on a table, eventually it would fill with something, even if it was dust. So, if we understand this truth, you can begin to use it to your advantage. How so? Well, find things in your life that no longer serve you. And a good place to start is your closet. Let me ask you, how many old suits or outfits or shirts or pants or shoes do you have in your closet that don't serve you anymore? They're totally incongruent with the new paradigm you've built for yourself. And yet, you know, you go in your closet and you start to pull them out and you think, well, maybe it'll come back in style, right? Yeah, I've been there. But you see, this is sending a message to your subconscious of scarcity. It's saying to your subconscious, if you give it away, you may not be able to replace it. Think about it. That's the underlying theme. Why not start to send a message of abundance to your subconscious by saying, if something isn't serving you any longer, you have an access to an unlimited supply. You do. You can replace it anytime you want. Everything comes from one single source, right? We've learned this. And so you can tap into that anytime you want to. So what do? You give them away. You go into your closet, make a commitment right now to go into your closet. Find the things you haven't worn in the last year. Find those old plaid bell-bottoms and those platform shoes. Well, those are kind of coming back in style now, but you know what I'm talking about. Find those things that you don't wear. They don't fit you anymore. You know, they're 10 pounds too light for you, if you know what I mean. And give them away. There's no better way to send a message of abundance into the universe than to give away things that no longer serve you, that no longer represent who you are. Some of those things you wouldn't be caught dead in anyway. Get rid of them. Now, you may see some of your friends and neighbors attempting to have garage sales. Or they may be trying to sell off some of their old jackets or clothing. You know, I used to do this before I really understood the law. But this is ridiculous. Give. Give away the things that you no longer use. Give them to someone who will gain pleasure and value from them. You don't want money for them. You can replace them anytime you want. You can pull from an endless supply. You're an awesome creator with access to an unlimited supply. Send that message of faith and abundance into the universe by creating a vacuum and enjoying the pleasure of giving in the process. Understand this truth. You will never receive the good you desire until you've created a space for it. And there's a big difference between wishing for something and being prepared to receive it. You know, You may recall in the Bible when Moses was leading God's people out of Egypt, even great leaders sometimes take a wrong turn, don't they? Especially when there are so many lessons to be learned. Anyway, they found themselves wandering and lost. Well, at one point, they were without water and no rain was in sight. The people came to Moses pleading. Moses calmly told them to go and pray for rain. They went away and prayed, and the rain never came. Back again they rushed to Moses and said, "Hey, Moses, the prayers don't work. Where's the rain?" Moses replied, "Where are the ditches?" Somewhat confused, the people said, "What do you mean? We don't understand. We need rain." Moses repeated, "Where are the ditches?" You see, Moses continued, if you really believed God would bring the rain, you would have dug the ditches. To receive all the goodness your heart desires, you must believe. You must be prepared to receive it, and you must create a space for it to arrive. You've got to dig your ditches. The vacuum law of prosperity works every single time. You know, I went into my closets earlier this year, and I decided to create a vacuum. I had a lot of shoes that were like brand new, but I hadn't worn them in a long time. And so I just gave them away. And guess what? It felt good. Before long, I had brand new shoes. My closet was filled once again. You know this is true. If you don't like your car, give it away. You won't walk for long, will you? You'll replace it. You see, nature abhors a vacuum. Get rid of the things that no longer serve you and have fun doing it. Enjoy giving those things to someone who needs and appreciates them more than you do. So here's your opportunity. Open your workbooks or just turn off the tape if you're in your car. And let's have some fun now. Take just a moment and fill out the questions there. The first question, if you're driving in your car, really think about this as well. What are some of the things in your life that no longer serve you that you're hanging on to? Think about that now and write it down. Take your time. Okay, next question. When will you commit to creating a vacuum for the good you desire? Here's my recommendation. Make a commitment right now, no later than this weekend, to go through your closets and get rid of every single thing that you haven't worn in at least a year. It doesn't matter what condition it's in. It doesn't matter what style it is. Just get rid of it. Prove to the universe that you are unlimited and you have an unbending faith in this truth. Make it fun. Now, the last thing we'll spend some time with regarding giving is a mentality, a way of thinking. There are two mentalities in life, an abundance mentality and then there's a scarcity mentality. Lao Tzu once said, to take, you must first give. All great achievers in life have been great givers. We've said this before. We've explored this idea. When giving, you're operating according to law. Truly giving is the only way to send a strong message into the universe, a message of abundance. The individual who has a scarcity mentality feels that they must hold on to things and hoard them and save them and wait for a rainy day. They constantly think only of themselves, and guess what? Law of attraction says like energy attracts like energy. Inevitably, the givers get more and the hoarders lose what they tightly hold on to. It's a law. You probably know people of both types. So what kind of mentality do you have? Abundance or scarcity? When you believe in true abundance, you realize that nothing is ever created or destroyed. Everything in the universe comes from the same supply, and that supply is unlimited. You and everyone you know can become multimillionaires, and there will still be millions and billions of dollars to go around. You and everyone you encounter can create the life of your dreams, to be, do, and have everything you desire. And there will still be bountiful goodness and abundance to go around, won't there? You and I are both incredible creators, and you can be, do, and have anything your heart desires. Therefore, nothing can ever be truly lost except opportunity. Whatsoever you sow, that shall you also reap. Begin to think abundance. Become a true giver. That's what this is all about. That's giving. And that's power principle number 5. Here's what I'd like to ask you to do. Open your workbooks and fill out the following questions. Once again, if you're in your car, turn off the tape and consider each one. Really take it seriously. Question number 1. How can you begin to give more in your professional life? Think of ways to positively impact your peers, your boss, your clients, and your customers. Question number 2. Name some key clients and business partners and think about how you can give more to them. Write this down. Think of ways that you can add value to their business. Question number 3. How specifically will you do this? Number 4. When will you commit to doing these things? Be specific. You should be good at this by now. Put a date down. Question number 5. How can you give more in your personal life? Now, think about your friends and family. And remember, this includes giving more to yourself as well. How can you give more in all of those areas? Next question, number 6. How specifically will you do this, and how can you give more to that person or persons or to yourself? Be specific. Number 7. When will you commit to doing this? By what date? And last question, number 8. Why are these commitments vital to your success? Give this some thought. Why are these commitments of giving, absolutely vital to your success? Fantastic. Remember, to get, you must first give. You will induce others to serve you because of your willingness to serve them. Let's close our conversation and our learnings on giving with a quote by Winston Churchill. He said, "We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give." Great job. I'll join you on the next with Power Principle number 6, the power of gratitude. So okay, we're ready to do this. How do we make it happen? Well, there are 3 levels of vision. And the next step in the Science of Success system is to create absolute clarity about what your vision is. Clarity is power. So let's be laser beams. Many people wish for a better life or for greater success, but they never clearly define what better means. If you want to achieve the highest levels of success in your life, you must know in no uncertain terms what your highest vision is. And there are 3 levels to that vision. There are 3 types of desires: who you want to be, what you want to do, and what you want to have. Now, while the doing and the having are great, and they're an important part of life, by the way, the being is changeless. Remember, you are only utilizing things for the time you're here. You don't ever own anything. Think about it. I mean, when you and I die, they're going to go to someone else, aren't they? However, who you become and who you are is yours forever. Remember, it's not about what you have in life, it's about who you become. That's important. It's not about what you have in life, it's about who you become. Because who you become determines what you do and what you have. All lasting growth and change must happen from the inside out, starting with who you become. So to form your vision, you must look at all 3 levels, starting with the being, or who you become, and then moving out to what you want to do, and finally, what do you want to have? So the question is, who do you want to become? Let's think about that for a moment. To do this successfully, you must take all limitations off your marvelous mind. You just allow yourself to dream. Remember, you are totally unlimited. There is no reason why you cannot be anything and everything you desire. You are God's highest creation, and because of this, all things are possible. Now, as you think about what you really want to become, remember, emotion is the fuel of motivation. I've talked about this before, but I can't emphasize enough the importance of making your vision compelling. The only way you will ever succeed in life is to craft a vision that instills passion. You must fall in love with your vision. Emotion is the reason that you take all the action that you take. Now, a lot of people want to argue with me about this one. And particularly if I'm talking to a group who typically pride themselves on being very logical. They say, now, wait a minute, James. I'm a reasonable, rational, logical human being. I don't make decisions based upon emotion. Well, this is just not true. Even if you're reasonable and rational, you make decisions based upon how strongly you feel something is reasonable and rational. Isn't that right? I mean, let me give you an example. If you don't believe this, look at the watch on your wrist. Look at it right now. Come on. Now, if you paid more than $40 for that watch, you made an emotional choice. Why? Well, a $40 watch will tell time every bit as well as a $4,000 watch, won't it? So if you paid more than $40, you paid that because of how the watch would make you feel. Emotion is our greatest motivator. Emotion is our higher self wanting to come forward. Isn't that neat? So as we create our vision, remember that nothing is off limits. Nothing. Make your vision comprehensive. All things are possible. Include your personal and your professional life. You see, life is meant to be fulfilling and complete in all areas. Make your vision something you can get passionate about, something you can fall in love with. Think how you want to be remembered, how people will talk about you. Think of the good that you will do for the world and the people around you. Now, see yourself being that person. Feel what it feels like to be that person right now. Become that person. Be that person. Place that thought in your mind with the two most powerful words in existence, I am. Think, feel, see, become, and know that you are. The key to true and lasting success in life is balance. And you must define balance for your own life. It's an individual issue. I can't tell you what balance is for you. Nobody can tell you that balance for you is not working 12 hours a day. It's just an individual issue, so no one can do that for you. You can only do it for yourself. But what I would ask you to do is to be completely honest regarding how balance is defined. To do this, you have to look at all areas and take them all into consideration, the physical, the mental, and the spiritual. As you begin to dream of what you want to be, do, and have, address all these areas of your life, okay? That's important. Now, in just a few minutes, I'm going to ask you to start doing some dreaming. I'm going to ask you to write down all the things that you want, with no limits on your life. What will you put down? If there was absolutely nothing you could not do, right now, it doesn't matter how you're going to accomplish it. The first step is to get it down. You've got to begin to craft a vision and get very clear on what it is you want, specifically, and then you can start attracting that outcome into your life. When you get your intention clear, the method to achieve it will appear. See, many times people I interact with on a daily basis get all caught up in the how-tos, or the method of achieving their vision. And so consequently, oftentimes they never do anything. But the truth is, if you get your intention clear and you get passionately involved, you fall in love with that, the method will follow. The method will come. The how-tos will begin to manifest themselves for you. You will begin to take action a day at a time. So preparing to create your vision, there are 4 rules. There's 4 rules we need to know. We've got to agree on these right now. Rule number 1, your vision must address all 3 levels. You remember those? Who you want to be, what you want to do, and what you want to have. And within those levels, you must look at the mental, the physical, and the spiritual goals in each of these areas. That's the balance issue. Rule number 2, release all limitations. All things are possible. Rule number 3, your vision must state what you want versus what you don't want. You know, I was working with a client recently and I told her to write down what she really wanted. As I looked at her list, I noticed that the 3rd item was to be debt-free. I looked at her and I said, really? You know, there's a couple of guys who live on the beach by my house and they're debt-free. Is that what you really want? And she said, well, no. I mean, they also have no house, no car. Sometimes they have no food. Just go out and sell your house, sell your car, everything you own, and you've got your goal. Now, what do you really want? She paused for a moment and said, financial freedom? Now we're getting somewhere. As you craft your vision, you cannot have, I want to be debt-free. With this as a part of your vision, you have to think about debt when you read your vision. You might want to be financially independent. But you see, there's a big difference between being debt-free and being financially independent, isn't there? You see, here's the thing. The mind cannot process a negative. If I tell you, don't think about an ice cream cone, what do you have to think of? Well, you have to think about what not to think about before you know what not to think about. Now, think about that for a minute. If you tell your child, don't spill the milk, what do they have to think of? That's right, spilling the milk. You get the idea? Your vision must not have, I don't want to have a sick day. That's what you don't want. Your vision may have, though, I want to be continuously healthy. See the difference? So you must make sure that you're really careful. And this is a fine distinction. You must make sure that you write down what you want versus what you don't want. Remember, we are programming the subconscious mind. Whatever we give to it, it will take without question. So, write what you want versus what you don't want. And, rule number 4, you must write your vision in the present tense. In other words, we've talked some about this. You must be able to see yourself already in the possession of the good you desire. So in other words, you will say, I am, those powerful words, I am a millionaire versus I will be a millionaire. You will say, I am enjoying and I am excited about my incredible relationship. Realize that this may not be exactly where you are yet, but this is what you're programming into your subconscious mind. If you tell your subconscious mind, I will become happy in my relationships, that's what it will create for you. Will become, not being. Do you see the difference? If you say, I wish for a new car, that's what your subconscious mind will create for you. The wish, not the new car. Instead, you should write, I'm happy and excited driving my new BMW 740i, or whatever you want to fill in the blank with. Write it in the present tense. The more you can put in emotional and colorful words, the more you'll be able to vividly imagine. Remember, your subconscious mind does not know the difference between something that actually happens and something that is vividly imagined. So the more exciting words, colorful words you can put in there, the more vividly you'll be able to imagine it. So now you have the rules. You've been thinking about your vision. I know you have. You should be getting excited. What I'm going to ask you to do is to turn off this tape, and for 5 minutes you're going to sit down and turn to section 3 in your manual. You're going to write down all the things that you want to be. Remember, physical, mental, and spiritual. Physically, mentally, and spiritually, all the things that you want to be. And here are the rules to this exercise. 5 minutes, and your pen has to keep moving. It cannot stop. Everything is possible. Your pen must keep moving during those 5 minutes, right? Everything you can write down, everything you can put down, keep your pen moving, everything you want to be, and after you've done that, we'll go on to the next step. If you don't get it down, you can't have it. Are you ready? Okay, go. Now, if you didn't do this exercise, I'm talking to you right now. Okay? You have got to turn off this tape right now and go back and complete the exercise. Remember, we talked about the difference between dreamers and achievers in life is one thing, action. You have got to commit to doing these exercises, not for me or anyone else, but for you. If you can tell me what you want, I can tell you how to get it. But you've got to write it down. You have to do the work. You might say, well, James, I don't feel like doing the exercises now. It's going to be really hard to convince me that these exercises are too hard or too difficult. All you got to do is dream. Write down the things you want. Yet too many people will tell you every reason why they couldn't do something as simple as this. This is what I'm talking about when I say that you need to take some action. So take some action. Write it down, 5 minutes. Keep your pen moving. Do it now. Great. Congratulations. Okay, now, you should have some exciting things on your page. Now, here's the next step, and follow me closely. Take the number of items you have on your What I Want to Be page and just count them. Just count how many you have. Once you have counted them, I want you to divide them into thirds. So, for instance, if you have 15 items on your page, 15 desires, you'll have 5, 5, and 5 divided into thirds. If you have 12, you'll have 4, 4, and 4. You get the idea? Okay. Now, once you know what the number is, go back and put each of these components of your vision as an A, B, or C desire. A is the most important. Your A desires will be the most important things to you in your groupings. So, for instance, if you have 15, you can have 5 A's, 5 B's, and 5 C's. So make sure you divide them into thirds and then put them as A, B, or C. All right? Ready? Go. Okay, great job. Now, here's the next step. Go through all of your A desires and put them in sequential order. 1 through 5, 1 through 10, however many you have. 1 is the very most important, okay? Put all of your A goals in sequential numerical order, 1 through whatever. 1 is your most important. Ask yourself, if I could only have one of my A desires, what would it be? Now, I know you're probably going to say to me that you want them all, and that's okay. But if you could only have one, what would it be? Get your first one. When you've got that, then ask yourself, having that one already, if I could only have one more, what would it be? Remember, we're just looking at our A desires. Put them all in numerical order, 1 through 5 or whatever you have. Okay? Ready? Go. Okay, great job. We're ready for phase 2. We're going to turn the page. We'll come back to those in just a moment. But turn the page in your workbook and find the What I Want to Do page. Okay? What are the things you want to do? Remember, physical, mental, and spiritual arenas of your life. All right? Same rules. You have 5 minutes. Turn off the tape. Keep your pen moving. Your pen may not stop. There are no limitations. Get ready to dream. All the things that you want to do in your physical, mental, and spiritual arenas of your life. Ready? Get ready to write. Go. Nice job. Welcome back. Now, once again, take all of your desires and count them. Take all of your what you want to do desires, divide them into thirds, and put them in categories, A, B, or C, just like last time. A is the most important. And remember now, you can only have a third of your desires as A's, okay? Go. Great job. Hang with this. This is going to change your life. This is going to guarantee that you get what you want in your life. Are you ready? Okay, same thing. Take all of your A's and put them in numerical order. A1 will be your very most important. Ask yourself, if I can only have one of these, which one would it be? And so on. 1 through 5, 1 through 10, whatever they are, put your A desires down in numerical order. Ready? Go. You're doing great. Now, do this. Put your pen down and shake your hand out. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Okay, we've got one more round to go in fulfilling your dreams and getting absolute clarity on them and on your life. Your life will never be the same. Go to the next page. Turn the page to the page that says, what do I want to have? What are the things you want to have in your life? What do you really want? Do you want a Mercedes-Benz? Do you want a Harley-Davidson? A home in Tahiti? Do you want to have a home on the ocean? Whatever it is, in the physical, mental, and spiritual area of your life, what do you want to have? You have 5 minutes. Your pen cannot stop. There are no limitations. Get excited. Write them down. Get them all down. If you can get them down, you can have them. Ready? Go. Nice work. Once you have them divided in thirds, put them into A, B, or C categories. You should be getting good at this by now. A being most important, just like before. This is the final step. Take all of your A desires and put them in numerical order. You should be good at it. 1 through whatever. A1 being the most important. If you could only have one, what would it be? Okay? Go. Good job. You've done some work here. You should be excited. You should have some really neat things written down. I bet you do. And you should also have 3 A1 goals. 1 in the what you want to be category, 1 in the what you want to do category, and 1 in what you want to have. You have 3 A1s. Now here's what I want you to do. Write down on the next page something you will do within the next 24 hours to take a step towards your vision. These are the three most important things in your life. What will you commit to doing within the next 24 hours to put them into play, to bring them towards you? If you want to be financially independent, you can go to the bank and open a new independence account with $5. It doesn't have to be a big thing. If you want to be a great parent, you can schedule a day with your son or daughter. If you want to go on a trip, a cruise around the world, for instance, you can call the travel agent and get a brochure. If your vision contains a new car, you can go down in the next 24 hours to a showroom and sit in it. So it doesn't have to be a big thing, but this is something you will absolutely commit to doing within the next 24 hours. You've done a lot of work. You've captured the things that are important to you. So you must never leave the sight of setting a goal of any kind without putting some kind of action into play. What is your action item? Write those items down on the next page. The 3 action items you will do within the next 24 hours. This is vital. You must do this. Write them down and commit to doing them right now. Turn off the tape, write down your actions, and answer the 2 questions provided. Ready, go. Congratulations. Now let's talk again about the law of attraction, the power of faith, and the power of belief. You've completed this critical step to guarantee the achievement of your vision and your goals. It's absolutely scientific that you must have something mentally before you will ever have it physically. Remember, everything in the physical world first started out where? As a thought, an idea, a vision. Napoleon Hill once said, "There is a difference between wishing for a thing and being prepared to receive it." So you've got to believe that you will receive this. Our history is full of great achievers who have accomplished what many believe to be impossible through the process of visualization. Now, there are also a lot of individuals who go through this exercise and never achieve anything. What makes a difference? How does this occur? Why is it that some are absolute giants in their lives and others continue to struggle and never succeed? You know, if we wanted to, we could actually assume that there was some higher power playing favoritism, reaching down and touching a select few. But I can assure you that this is not the case. Everyone has been blessed, you included. But you must understand how the world works. You must understand the way things work. You've got to build an unbending belief and a faith that is unshakable in the achievement of your vision, regardless of current circumstances. Remember, current results and circumstances are the direct outcomes of the past. You are creating your future. The ancient text tells us, according to your beliefs, it is done unto you. You have to build and strengthen your beliefs. All great achievers in life have possessed an unshakable belief that their vision would come to pass. In fact, they didn't believe it. They knew it. And in many cases, they weren't even consciously aware of the law. But you know what? The law is the law. Now, you and I are unique. Because you're becoming consciously aware of how the universe works, you can make it work for you every single time. But what you have to do is believe it without question. You must know it. Remember, every thought you continually hold, that you get emotionally involved with, plants a seed in your subconscious mind. This seed immediately begins to attract that which is necessary for its growth. Thoughts are impulses of energy. Like attracts like. But understand, a seed will only grow to the degree that it is nourished through repetition and belief. If you are planting seeds of faith and belief one moment and seeds of doubt and fear the next, what you're putting out and attracting is confusion and anxiety in your life. Confusion and anxiety will never bring you what you want. You must plant and grow your vision, and only your vision. This is once again where the power of the will comes into play. You must have the willpower to focus only on your vision, regardless of what's happening around you, regardless of outside circumstances or current results. Believe and know it's only a matter of time before your vision begins to manifest itself in physical form. This is law. Remember, a baby takes 9 months. We know that, and we continue to believe it's coming. We would never go to an expectant mother in the 3rd month and begin to question her pregnancy. Your vision will appear in physical form when the necessary gestation period has elapsed, which is governed by the law of gender. Now you'll see in your workbook that we have a picture of stick person once again. Take a look at it. This is a critical illustration. At the intellectual level, your vision must be here, now, in the present tense. You must visualize yourself in the picture, create a picture, and be in the picture, looking through your own eyes. You should be getting good at this by now. Remember, not seeing yourself in it, but you must be in it here and now. At the subconscious level, your vision must be here and now. Now you may ask, how do I do that, James? Well, you get emotionally involved. Your subconscious or spiritual level is where your emotions lie. You have to get emotionally involved with your vision. You have to get passionate about it. You must fall in love with it. You must want it more than anything. And at the physical level, the vision has no choice but what? To begin manifesting according to the law of gender. Abraham Lincoln said once, "To believe in the things you can see and can touch is no belief at all, but to believe in the unseen is both a triumph and a blessing." So believe. Create the picture. You know the process. It's exactly the same as it was with your paradigm. Take your A1 visions, your A1 desires, and create a picture around them. Write them down, and every single night you must visualize that picture. Now, you maybe want to incorporate them into your paradigm. That's up to you. Maybe you want to build one big picture of your paradigm and your vision that is all-inclusive. Visualize it. Let yourself relax. Bring it up on the screen of your mind. Make it colorful. Be in the picture. Hear what you hear. Feel what you feel. Smell the smells. Get excited. You must know that it is coming to pass. It will come to pass. Remember, a vision is more powerful than a goal, and we have taken a scientific approach by creating goals that are an outgrowth of your vision. They are perfectly aligned. The power of your vision and the determination of your goal is an unstoppable combination. When you believe in yourself and trust in the laws, your belief sets up a vibration that goes to work bringing your vision into your life. It's a law, and it's guaranteed. Please listen to this over and over again. There is so much power when you connect your mind to your dream. I'll talk to you in the next tape about the next power principle, principle number 4, the power of partnerships. Welcome back to Power Principle number 6 in the Science of Success program, the power of gratitude. Now, I'm sure by now that you're already starting to see these super laws and principles at work in your life. I hope you're living a life of passion, that you're totally consumed with a vision with which you've fallen in love. I hope your new vision makes each day worth every minute you're alive. I hope you're listening to these tapes as I've suggested and you could teach someone else what you've learned up to now. And lastly, I hope that you are believing in yourself stronger than you've ever thought possible in the past. Now, maybe you've never thought of gratitude as being an important part of achieving what you want, but I'm going to suggest to you that it's absolutely imperative. It's one of the most powerful principles in achieving what you really want and in creating the life of your dreams. Marcus Cicero, the great Roman statesman, said, "Gratitude is the mother of virtues." And you know what? He was absolutely correct. In fact, gratitude is not only the mother of virtues, it's the mother of all of life's benefits. This includes health, love, happiness, affluence, prosperity, and anything you can think of. Whenever and wherever you find a truly successful individual, you will find abundant gratitude. Why? Well, gratitude sets up an attractive force unlike any other. A force to bring your vision into existence. One of the most unfortunate and disempowering situations in life is to think about and put all of your attention on the things you don't want versus the things you want. We've obviously discussed this topic in great detail. And one of the greatest ways to put out positive energy and to focus on what you want is through never-ending gratitude. Always being grateful for the things that you have. Our memories, unfortunately, if we're not careful, tend to be very short when it comes to all the goodness that is in our lives. Conversely, we tend to have the memory of an elephant, so to speak, when we think of all the things we're lacking, don't we? This is absolutely devastating to you in achieving your vision and achieving your goals. When you lack gratitude, your entire system is thrown into a negative vibration and a state of negative balance. You should be very confident and very, very familiar with the law of attraction by now. Well, according to this law, those who are focused on what they don't want or those who are ungrateful for what they have begin to attract and manifest whatever it is that they don't want into their life, the very thing that they fear into their life or the very thing that they abhor. So let's be continually grateful, you and I. Let's commit to that right now, to be continually grateful. To experience continuous gratitude, you have to understand and believe three truths. Number one, your current situation is great and it's getting better. Number two, your current life is full of things for which to be grateful. And number three, your current results will continually change, grow, and improve. To experience endless gratitude, you have to know these three things at the deepest level. And each of these thoughts is an absolute truth. So let's look at each one of them. Number one, first of all, your current situation is great and it's getting better. Now, I quoted the law of relativity, which we already studied. Everything in life is only real according to what? According to comparison, right? Or what you're comparing it to. Your reality is only created by comparison. In other words, you have a myriad of things for which to be grateful, don't you? In order to be ungrateful, you must forget about these things, the great things, or set them aside and focus only on a very limited number of things you are not satisfied with in your life. For instance, you may not be satisfied with your current income. The only way you can be dissatisfied is to compare your current income to something or someone else's income that you think is better, or to some criteria that you have chosen to think is better than what you have. Understand now, I'm not saying that you want to retain your current income. There's nothing wrong with wanting to improve, and with this system you absolutely will. But understand, your current income is not poor. This is a vital distinction. In reality, your current income is not great or poor. No matter what you're making right now, your current income just is. It just is. And it is only anything other than quote-unquote just is by your comparison. I guarantee your income is extremely substantial if you compare it to the average annual income in Bangladesh, $1,800 a year. Try using that for a comparison point for a while and see if your view doesn't shift. So remember, to be grateful, you first have to understand the law. The only way anything in life can be undesirable is if you're comparing it to something else that you think is better. Does that make sense? Your current situation isn't undesirable. It just is. It is the outcome also of your past paradigm. And guess what? You are attracting new goodness, greatness into your life right now. Be grateful for that. Okay, number two. To experience continuous gratitude, you have to know your life is full of things for which to be grateful. You realize that even the current results you would like to change are the results of where? Of your past paradigm. And you have created a new paradigm. You are changing and growing. You're creating whatever you desire. So how could you not be grateful? To lack gratitude, what you really have to do is to negate all the good things that you currently have and to begin to focus on a very small area that you want to improve. You follow me? For example, think about this. How much would you pay to have your eyesight back if it were lost? Or what would the ability to walk and run be worth to you once it was gone? How much would you pay for a loving and a faithful family, children, wife, or husband? Now you might say to me, James, I don't have all these things. Well, maybe you don't, but you certainly have some of them, don't you? And what we begin to do when we're ungrateful is we begin to forget about all the things in our life that we have to be grateful for. I mean, what is your health worth? What would you pay to have it back if you were diagnosed with a terminal disease? I bet you'd pay any amount of money, wouldn't you? To experience gratitude, we must only remember that most of us live in absolute material wealth and abundance compared to the majority of the world. I mean, what's it worth to have your marvelous mind that you can comprehend the great laws of the universe and begin to create anything you desire? What is that worth to you? What is the value of being able to acquire all the books and the knowledge that you can get your hands on? To attend all the schooling and all the seminars that your heart desires? What is it worth to continually learn, expand, and grow? How much is it worth to you to live in a country of free enterprise where you can choose or change your career anytime? And let me ask you, how fortunate are you to be able to pursue your passion without question? No one can stop you from doing anything and everything you want or tell you what to do or not to do. And last but not least, what is it worth to be God's greatest creation? To be in dominion over an abundant universe with the gifts to create anything your mind and spirit can dream of. What is that worth? You see, as we think about it, the truth is, you and I both have countless things to be grateful for every single moment of every day, don't we? You know, one of the things I've done for years when I wake up in the morning is to ask myself the question, what am I grateful for today? Almost without fail, every morning I ask that question. You know, I talk to a lot of people, and many people get up in the morning and they ask themselves questions, but they're not empowering questions. You know, they're things like, gosh, why do I have to get up so early today? Or why didn't I go to bed at a decent time last night? Or how about, why do I have to go to work today? Boy, wouldn't that put you in an exciting vibration? I mean, by the time you get out of the shower, you'd be turned on and ready for the day, wouldn't you? Obviously, just the opposite. But you see, what I attempt to do, and what I'm going to encourage you to do, is every morning get up and ask yourself a question. What am I grateful for today? I mean, just try it. Try it for the next 30 days and see if it makes a difference. All the things that you're grateful for. There's a multitude of them. So I'm going to ask you to think about that. Turn to the exercise page in your workbook and let's just take a moment and go through the exercises. If you're in your car, just think about these questions and answer them. I mean, really answer them, okay? Number 1, what are all the things you have to be grateful for in your life right now? Think about what you're grateful for regarding your health, your abilities, your business, your family, your friends. Stop the tape and answer this question right now. Great. Now, as you do this exercise, you'll start to feel a difference inside, don't you? As you start to focus on the things that are really beautiful and you're really grateful for in your life. So let's continue. Number 2, how does a lack of gratitude set the law of attraction in motion to create what you don't want in your life versus what you want? In other words, what kind of energy are you putting out and how are you attracting what you don't want when you lack gratitude? Stop the tape, think about this, and answer this question now. Number 3, how is an attitude of gratitude a powerful magnetic force for greatness in your life? Question number 4, how will you remember to be continually grateful? Now be specific. What will you do to remember to be continually grateful? Question number 5, be specific again. What will you really do differently? Good job. The last thing you have to know to create constant gratitude in your life is that your current results will continue to change, grow, and improve. In other words, the past does not equal the future. You can't be ungrateful for something that is temporary or something that's a stepping stone in the achievement of your vision. Does that make sense? Do you have faith or not? Do you have an unbending belief in your ability to succeed? You should by now. Do you believe that your vision is coming into reality? You see, if you truly believe and have faith, you'll begin to be grateful in advance. Because you realize that everything that's happening right now, everything you currently have in your life is a stepping stone, a milestone in the achievement of your vision, in the achievement of your goals. When you're ungrateful for your current state of affairs, The message that you send to your subconscious mind is, I don't believe that my dreams and visions are on their way. In other words, what I have is permanent and will not change. The way things are in my life right now are the way they're going to stay. Now think about it. Really think about it. Every seed that you plant through thought and emotion into the subconscious begins to do what? It will immediately attract, grow, and manifest into form. But on the opposite, when you are grateful, what you are literally saying to yourself and to your subconscious mind is that you have faith and belief, that you know everything you desire is on its way. Even if something is currently less than you desire, your vision is on its way and you are grateful in advance. And guess what? Your subconscious mind starts in motion to create exactly what you ask and what you expect. You will always end up manifesting your greatest desire through gratitude, or your worst fear with a lack of gratitude. The law works every time, either for you or against you. Your thinking becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You will always manifest your controlling idea. Lack of gratitude is dangerous. You follow me? It's absolutely dangerous to the achievement of your dreams and for you to live a fulfilling and a winning life. When you have gratitude, what you actually do is practice faith, what I call faith in action. You know, the ancient text tells us, whatsoever you shall ask in faith, believing, you shall receive. It also says, according to your beliefs, it is done unto you, right? When you are totally grateful, the message you send to your subconscious power center is the message that, you know what, I may not like my current results, but I know they're nothing more than the outcomes of my past. My past what? My past conditioning, right? My past thinking, my past decisions or lack thereof. And so therefore, I know they're temporary because I've changed those things. Because they're temporary, I can be totally grateful because I know the good that I desire is coming into my life. We've already discussed in great detail the law of attraction and the power of faith, haven't we? I mean, when you have complete gratitude, you send out a very powerful message that you know the goodness you desire is on its way. Think about it. Really think about it. If you met someone who's totally grateful for everything they have right now, what is that? I mean, what message is being sent out? The message is that they know they'll be taken care of. They know that if things seem a little bad, they're only temporary, and that goodness and greatness is on its way. Consequently, when you live in gratitude, you can relax, you can enjoy and appreciate the journey. You can find beauty in every single thing, every moment of every day. Grateful people are powerful people, and they're a joy to be around, aren't they? I bet you know someone like that. Gratitude is an easily observed example of the law of vibration and attraction. Remember, like attracts like. I remember I once had a particular friend who never showed gratitude for the things she received. You know, at Christmas time she'd get a gift and she would show little gratitude and hardly if ever any excitement. Consequently, what happened? You probably know someone like this. It wasn't long before none of our friends and none of her family had any desire to give her much of anything. Now, I'm not suggesting this is a correct approach, nor is it wise for long-term success. However, you probably have a similar experience in your family or with someone you know. But think about the opposite. The person you know who is excited and grateful for all is just a joy to give to and most probably receives more, don't they? You see, lack of gratitude sends out a negative vibration that attracts negative results. This is true whether in gift giving or even when dealing with a waiter or waitress in a restaurant. When you give out the energy and vibration of gratitude, guess what? You'll receive back the same. Think again of the person you know who is always grateful. You know someone like that, don't you? And don't you always enjoy giving to them so much more? Of course you do. Gratitude, more than any other emotion, keeps us connected to the good we desire. By staying in an attitude of gratitude, we focus on all the good that is already in our lives and by law begin to attract more of the same. You can find the goodness in your life and your results right now, knowing that your vision is on its way. You can find the goodness in your life and your results right now just by knowing that your vision is on its way. Remember this: gratitude is ultimate faith, belief, and knowing. I'd like to end our discussion on gratitude with a subset of this powerful law that I call the law of appreciation. Now, one of the principles of our universe is that anything that is not growing is dying. Look around you. Check nature. If something is not growing, it must be dying. If it's not moving in one direction, it absolutely must be moving in the opposite direction. Nothing ever stands still. It's never static. Everything in life is dynamic. We also know that whatever we give energy and attention to grows. And guess what? Appreciation is one of the highest forms of attention, and it's a strong and important subset of gratitude. So let's quickly review. According to the law of rhythm, we're either growing or what? Dying. This law states create or disintegrate. Number 2, whatever we give energy and attention to must grow. Now, this is true even of plants, and you've probably heard of this. When you give energy and attention to your plants, what do? They flourish and grow. They love music. They love attention. Everything in life has a craving to be appreciated, doesn't it? One of the greatest ways to give energy and attention and gratitude is to appreciate. Now, sincere appreciation is the way we can strengthen what we want in our life and in our relationships. You see, the unfortunate truth is that a majority of people neglect the things that are most important in their lives, don't they? I mean, let me ask you, who needs the most attention and appreciation in your life? It's the people you're with the most, isn't it? It's your kids. It's your family members. It's your spouse. It's the people you work with on a daily basis. The question is, though, who gets the most taken for granted? Your kids, your spouse, your family members, the people you work with on a daily basis. It's true, isn't it? Unfortunately, a majority of people take these people in their lives for granted, even though they're so important. Do you? A lot of people think that they can give love, or they can give attention, or they can give a gift once or twice a year, and that takes care of it. But it doesn't. It does not take care of it. Remember, the law of rhythm says we're either moving in one direction or the other. So consequently, if you're not constantly appreciating those things you love in your life and those people you love in your life, they absolutely must be depreciating. And you know what? True appreciation doesn't have to be something grandiose. Understand that. In fact, most frequently what you'll find in your life is that the small things done consistently in the right places are the things that create the lasting and major impact, aren't they? I mean, it's not really the big trips, it's not the huge gifts, it's not the grandiose schemes or plans. Those things are great. But it's really those little things that are done on a regular basis, isn't it? It's those little thank yous, those little I love yous, those little notes, those little remembrances that don't cost a lot, but they take some time to think about, don't they? What would life be like if we truly appreciated ourselves, each other, and we appreciated life itself? I'm going to ask you to open your workbook and answer the questions, or just think about them as you drive. First, think about what you appreciate most in your spouse or the significant person in your life, your family, and your closest friends. What do you appreciate most about your health? Once you've thought about and answered these, I'd like to ask you to go back to each one and fill in the space marked, how will you show it more effectively and frequently? Make sure to give this a thought and effort it is due, and be specific, okay? Great. Do that now. Nice job. Now, if you're not doing these exercises, remember that you must continually take action to set this program in motion for you. You've made it this far, and I know you are feeling and seeing changes in your life. Hang in there. Keep up the good work, okay? Next question. How will continuous appreciation begin to attract more of what you want into your life? How will appreciation make it flourish and grow? And how will it positively impact your relationships? Next, summarize why gratitude and appreciation are critical foundation points in the science of success. Review your material or rewind the tape if you need to. And the last question, why are gratitude and appreciation a vital part of achieving your vision? Okay, congratulations. Great job. I hope you've enjoyed the power of gratitude and that you understand how vitally important it is to your success. Our next power principle, the power of accountability. So here's what I've learned. If you review all the times in your life that you have been successful, you have done certain things in a certain way. Think about it. This is true regardless of the context. Whether it's in the area of finances, relationships, health, or business, the process has been the same. And this is also true whether you are consciously aware of it or not. And most people are not consciously aware of the process that they've been involved with. But I'm here to tell you that the process is always the same. When it comes to being successful, it's the same. It's like the combination to the safe. Once you get the numbers and the right spins, you can open the door every single time. And furthermore, it's not random. Anytime you have succeeded in your life, you have done so in a scientific manner. By acting in this certain way. As I said earlier, we live in an orderly universe that is governed by definite and distinct laws. Anytime you have been successful, you have aligned with those laws in life, whether you have been consciously aware of it or not. I'm reminded of when Laurence Olivier was playing Hamlet on Broadway. On this particular evening, he was extremely on. You know what I mean? He was right in the zone. Every line was just in the pocket. Every move was on the beat. The crowd was mesmerized. When he delivered his last line and the curtain fell, they went crazy. They began to applaud and yell so wildly. They called him back for 10 curtain calls. 10! After the last curtain call, a friend of his was in the audience and he approached the stage manager and said, "Please, go backstage and tell Laurence I am here. I have to congratulate him." The stage manager went backstage and what he found totally confused him. He found Laurence in his dressing room in a rage. He kicked over a chair, he spun and knocked a shelf full of bottles off on the floor. The stage manager was in total shock. "Laurence," he said, "what is the problem? You had the most incredible performance of your entire career. The audience loved you. They called you back for 10 curtain calls, Laurence. We have never had 10 curtain calls in the history of this theater. You were absolutely fabulous." Laurence spun around and was still in a rage, and he said, "I know I was fabulous, but I don't know why." You see, most people are not consciously aware of why they succeed and why they don't. But any time you have been successful, you have aligned with universal laws. And any time you have not been successful, you've been out of alignment with those laws. Nature does not fail. It succeeds every single time. Everything you have in your life right now, you have created, manifested, and brought to yourself. Success comes in great quantities only when you commit to a continuous process of your own making. Now, let's review real quickly some important points about success. Number one, success is a direction that you choose. It's a never-ending journey. Secondly, while external issues do have an influence upon your level of success, they do not in any way control your success. They don't make a difference. And any time you have succeeded, you have done certain things in a certain way. Are you with me? Okay, great. Now, the next thing I'd like for you to understand is that the past does not equal the future. This is a critical point. The past does not equal the future. Once you understand that success is a process, the next step is to stop looking at your current results to define who you are. You see, a lot of people look at their current results and they say, "This is who I am." And they absolutely limit themselves and disempower themselves going into the future. To the degree that your reality is based upon your 5 senses, that is, what you see, hear, taste, touch, and smell, you'll be limited to create more of the same. You see, predetermination is an absolute truth to the degree that you continue doing the same things you've always done. Continue to do the same things, you're going to continue to get the same results. Doesn't that make sense? Of course it does. All of your current results, and this is a key distinction. If you make this one distinction today, it will massively change your life. It did for me. Your current results are the direct outcomes of your past thoughts, decisions, and actions. And this comes from your programming. Now think about it. Whatever you have right now is the outcome of the decisions, the thoughts, and actions of yesterday. You see, the problem is that most people look at their current results to define the decisions they make and the actions they do or don't take. This is a guaranteed approach to failure. Your current results have absolutely nothing to do with your future, only to the degree that you allow them to. Now, I realize this is a different thinking for the majority of us. But true success will begin when you turn away from your current state of affairs, the results of your past, and the things you don't want in your life, and you begin to focus on what you want. You see, I interact with people on a daily basis all over the world, and I'm here to tell you, most people don't get what they want in life because they don't know what they want. Yeah, they may have a vague idea, but they can't clearly articulate what it is that true success means in their life. In fact, check this out. If you ask someone what they want, 9 times out of 10, they're going to tell you what they don't want. Well, I don't want to be broke anymore. Well, I don't want to miss my quota. I don't want to work for this boss, and I don't want to argue with my wife. Well, that's not what I asked you. You see, there's a major difference between knowing what you want and knowing what you don't want, isn't there? Now, that's going to be a key to your success. It seems so simple. And it is, but it's also profound. Because success is a process, it must be also more than a goal. You see, while goals are important, and they're an important part of measuring our progress, they are not, in and of themselves, success. You will never be truly successful when you get that car, or when you get that house, or when you get that job. In a definition written by Earl Nightingale years ago, he calls success a progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Now, what a progressive realization means is that it's an ever-increasing, ever-unfolding awareness, an ever-growing wisdom. And people that achieve success in life and are able to sustain it possess this kind of wisdom. Now, I'm not saying goals aren't important. And one of the things that you and I are going to explore here for you in this program is your goals. They are a vital part of life and a vital part of growth. But goals are not success. They're a stepping stone in the process. Does that make sense? They're a means to an end. They are part of the process of success. They are not an end in and of themselves. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Excellent. People who are truly successful are people who are wise. Now let me explain this. There was a time in our history when we believed that information was power, but this is just not true. Knowledge and information is not power. Wisdom is power. You see, we believe that knowledge and information was power at a time, but our world is full of knowledge, isn't it? I mean, knowledge is doubling every 3.5 years in our world. We're inundated with it. You can get it on the World Wide Web. You can get it on the news. You can get it in the paper or in business magazines. But you see, knowledge is nothing more than unorganized information. Wisdom, on the other hand, is information that is organized and aligned and acted upon in accordance with universal law. Wisdom, let me repeat that because it's important, is information that is organized, aligned, and acted upon in accordance with timeless and universal law. Therefore, whenever anyone acts in a way that is organized and aligned with universal laws, they act wisely. The Science of Success system. The Science of Success program is the only approach that aligns and acts in accordance with timeless laws. This is wisdom, and it guarantees results. And that's why I say that it's the most profound program you've ever been involved with. And you know, I have a license to brag because it's not my information. I've studied for years, and I've taken all the information of knowledge and wisdom that I've studied. And if I have any credit at all, it's only that I've been able to put it together in a logical manner so that you can apply it. I've made it simple so that you can use it in your life. But the information belongs to everyone. It's just like that combination lock. When you get the combination, remember, you can open the door every single time. But to do that, we must become wise. You will be wise. Apply this program, and you will have wisdom. and you will exceed anything that you ever imagined possible. Your idea of success must be a vision with which you can fall in love. It's important. It's very important that we fall in love. The scientific approach to success must instill passion and high emotion. Look at the word emotion. Emotion and motivation are very similar at their root, aren't they? We must have something we can literally fall in love with. Emotion is the fuel to success. You see, if we want to have a worthy ideal, if we want to have a worthy vision, something we can truly fall in love with, then this comes from being worthy. Thinking worthy thoughts comes from knowing that you are worthy. Unfortunately, in our environment, many people have allowed themselves to believe they're not worthy of the good they desire. Nothing could be farther from the truth. I don't care where you go. All the great works throughout history, whether religion, science, philosophy, or psychology, teach that we are God's highest creation. Now, if you don't like the word God, substitute energy, substitute consciousness, substitute collective consciousness. It doesn't matter what you call it. We are all the highest creation that we know of. And we've been told that throughout time in all the great teachings. Therefore, and I tend to call it God, if you and I come from God or energy or consciousness, we must be a part of that consciousness or part of God. Doesn't that make sense? How could we be anything else than what we come from? And if you understand that, for this reason alone, you are worthy of the good you desire. Think about it. Well, how can God be unworthy? How can all worthiness be unworthy? How can the collective manifestation of everything be unworthy? It just cannot. So for that reason alone, you are worthy of anything and everything you desire. If you have a desire, just the fact that you have the desire tells you that you have the ability to attain it. You wouldn't be given the desire if you were not able to attain it. If this wasn't true, you wouldn't have it. Where do you think the desire comes from? In fact, do you realize the word desire comes from the Latin word dea sire, meaning of the Father. Da-sire, S-I-R-E, meaning of the Father. Begin to realize right now that you are worthy of the good you desire, and you can have it in abundance, no question. God's greatest gift to you is your unlimited potential. Your greatest gift to God is to use it and live it to the fullest. Now here's what I'd like to ask you to do. Think right now. Stop the tape and think about the question in your workbook. There's a question in there I'd like you to answer. It says, I know I am worthy of my desires because. I'd like you to fill that in. If you're in the car, obviously don't do it right now. But stop the tape and think about it. Answer this question in your own mind, or even better, answer it out loud. When you verbalize your answers, you give them tremendous power. Thoughts are powerful. All thoughts are powerful. And when you verbalize your thoughts, it increases their impact even more. I am worthy of my desires because. I know I am worthy of my desires because. Answer the question right now. Ready, go. You know, I feel I am worthy when I think of the true miracle that I am. That with a single thought, I can control something as complex as raising my hand. Well, that doesn't seem that complex, James. Well, do you realize that 157 muscles between my shoulder and my wrist must work together in perfect harmony so that that desire is fulfilled? How can a creation like me be unworthy? Do you realize that you have enough energy in your body to light the entire North American continent for about a week? Really? If you were to convert that to kilowatt hours, you are worth literally billions of dollars. Begin to remember and understand that you are worthy. And now that you remember that, congratulations. Great job. Remember that the things you're investing in right now are going to impact your future for the rest of your life. You can't even imagine to the degree. Let's move on. Once you understand that you're worthy of the good you desire, your vision must be worthy of you. Yes, your vision must be worthy of you. You must be able to fall in love with that vision, as we said before. You must get excited and passionately wrapped around that vision. And so think about it. Could you become consumed with the idea of a new house or a car? Could you literally fall in love with these ideas? Of course not. You couldn't do that. These items are great for making your life more comfortable, and they're wonderful. And guess what? You will have them. I really enjoy them, and you enjoy them, and we should have them. They're our birthright. But there's no way we would trade our life for them. Understand, you can create anything and everything you want, and this includes material possessions, toys, relationships, trips, adventures, but to experience the fullness of success, you must choose a worthy ideal as a foundation, a worthy vision, a worthy cause as a foundation, one that is worthy of who and what you are, and you must really want it, no matter what. You must really want it no matter what. My vision, my personal vision, is to deliver the science of success to every person on earth, to be able to see these concepts in action every day by people that were touched by the power of this program. This vision is worthy. And you know what? I am worthy of this vision. It's a cause that is bigger than I am, and therefore it pulls me, it compels me continually forward. I am passionately in love with this cause and this vision. It gets me out of bed every morning. This is the kind of thing you've got to create. A vision that touches your heart, that ignites your passion. It moves your very soul. It must be something that has meaning, that is worthy of the magnificent being that you truly are. So based on what we've learned so far, what I'd like to ask you to do on the next page of your workbook is turn off the tape. Take a few minutes and fill in the section which asks you to summarize the key points to remember about success. Now, we've talked a lot about success here. Write a brief summary in your own words. This is important. What are the key points you need to remember? If you feel stuck, rewind the tape and listen again. If you're in your car, you still need to answer the questions. You have got to ingrain these things into your marvelous mind. Don't worry about what other drivers think. They probably don't. This is important to your results and to your life. Do it now. Okay, great. Good job. Now, let's talk about why success is a science. A lot of people say, well, James, how can you say that success is a science? A lot of people think that high levels of success happen by chance. I'm here to tell you, nothing in our universe or in our world happens by chance or by hard work alone. You know a lot of people right now. You probably live with some of them or have them in your family who work really hard, don't you? But they're not very successful. You see, success doesn't come in great quantities by chance or by hard work alone. Everything in our world, everything in our universe happens by exact laws. If you look up the word science in the dictionary, it'll be defined as a proven body of knowledge, skills, or principles. Therefore, we can conclude that a scientific approach is a set of skills and approaches that are tested and proven. Secondly, if you were to study modern science, you'd find that there is really only one great law, and that is everything is energy, or energy is. In reality, the things that we believe to be of material substance, the car you're driving in maybe right now, the couch you're sitting on, the book you're holding, the tape you're listening to, we think those are of material substance, but actually, at the quantum level, they're impulses of energy and information. Under this one great law, there are 7 subsidiary laws that align and coordinate with the great law. In other words, you'll find that they're all interdependent. Now, studying science can be quite complicated. But what I'd like to do is to simplify it for you so you can begin to understand how it correlates to your success, how these laws apply to all areas of your life. If you understand these laws and the principles that I talk about, that you and I talk about here over the next several days, they will absolutely change your life, I guarantee it. So let's explore the 7 laws. As I said earlier, there are 7 laws and there are 7 principles that we're going to be exploring. We're going to call those all the power of 7. You and I are going to align our lives, and we're going to live our lives, and we're going to absolutely succeed at massive levels through the power of 7. 7 laws, 7 principles. Welcome back to the Science of Success. If you feel like you're ready to go on, then we'll start with our first Power of 7, the 7 laws. If you're not crystal clear about understanding what the science of success is, listen to tape 1 one more time. Please just stop the tape and go back and listen to tape 1. These laws are the code to a lock, and they're real in nature. We know they're real because they continue to be constant in time and results. It's only through science that we are able to identify and quantify them. It's like the same way a scientist searches for specific genes in human DNA to cure a disease. Science has also isolated and defined the following super laws of success. Let's talk about what they are. Law number 1, the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Now, when I first read that, it was a mouthful, and it seems very complicated. But what does it really mean? Well, if we agree that everything is energy, in fact, go to any scientist, any quantum physicist, and they will tell you that everything is energy. And since that's true, the universe is in a constant state of motion. And everything in the universe is in a constant state of motion as well. Energy is always transmitting. It is moving to a destination. And it is transmutating in and out of form. Everything we see, hear, taste, touch, and smell is in a constant state of change. Change is all there is, and that's a fact. And you know it. It's just more rapid today than ever. So many times I meet people who are just waiting for change to hurry up and get over with so they can get back to normal. What's normal is change. It's just not ever going back. Change always has been and always will be. And energy is always in a state of transmission, always in a state of change. The things that you seem to think are solid right now are actually in a state of change. If you put them under a microscope, they're moving into a different form. Have you ever heard the expression that you can't go back home? There's a reason these phrases exist in our culture. The reason is that we usually represent a truth that has been passed on from one generation to another. So, why is it you can't go back home? Because home changed the minute you left, and so did you. You can go back to the space that you recognize as home, or your room, or where you went to school, but all the memories in the world won't make it what it was, will they? The truth is, you can't go back at all. If you're driving in your car right now, everything around you is constantly changing. Consequently, if you think about it, on your return trip, it will not be the same surroundings. It will have changed. Well, yeah, it may look the same. It may even be almost impossible to see the difference. But understand that at a basic level, things have changed. Even your body is changing as you and I talk. Cells are moving and rejuvenating. Every cell in your body, therefore, that includes every organ and every bone, is replaced in less than a year. Energy is transmitting and transmutating. Change is all there is. It's just a matter of understanding which transmission and change will get you where you want to go. Eric Hoffer once said, "In times of change, the learners will inherit the earth, while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists." Energy and change is all there is. You must understand this at some level. The world as you know it is gone the moment you know it. The science of success will equip you to deal with a world in constant change because it deals with the changeless. The laws never change. The principles do not change. They are timeless. The motion of the universe is predictable based on the laws and principles. Law number 1, the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Perpetually transmitting and changing is what that means. As energy is always transmutating, there only is change. Law number 2, the law of vibration. Everything, from thought to a material possession, from the electron to the cosmos, is in a constant state of vibration or motion, always moving back and forth at different speeds. There are millions and millions of different degrees of vibrations, and we call those frequencies. The higher the frequency, the more intense the vibration becomes. Now, why is this important to you and I? It's important to us because it's well known that certain vibrations, like gamma rays and X-rays, can penetrate and go right through what we think to be solids. Everything that we see around us that appears to be solid is actually in a state of vibration. It's in a different state of vibration. And here's the real key. All matter is transparent to the vibration of thought. Thought is one of the highest vibrations known to man. Your thoughts are actually things. And you'll hear me say this frequently throughout the program. Thoughts are things. They are not inanimate objects. You cannot have a random thought that does not create an impulse of energy. And those energies go out into the universe and they do not go away. Ever. This is a scientific fact. According to the second law, the law of vibration, every thought creates a vibration and sends an impulse of energy into the cosmos. That'll be important to understand as we go along. Have you ever sensed the feeling in the air of a room where people are under tremendous stress? Have you ever felt the feeling of a room when someone walks into that room? Or have you ever passed by someone you don't know and felt a strange energy? Well, I have. I recently experienced this as I was entering the post office with an armload of mail. I and a friend were going in the front door and a woman was coming out at the same time. Now, nothing was said, no looks were exchanged, but my friend and I looked at each other and said, "Did you feel that?" We both agreed that we did. Although it's impossible to say what the exact vibration or emotion was, it seemed to be angry. Our speculation was confirmed when our friendly postman, looking disgruntled, told us of the attack he had just been subjected to. If you think about this, I'm sure you can think of a time when you have been subjected to a similar situation, haven't you? Well, how about the opposite? Have you ever been in love and ever felt totally wonderful? I hope you have. The power of the feeling was so strong that it rejected the feeling of stress and tension. Well, you see, the law of vibration will open the door to understanding how the thoughts you send out have an impact on everything in the universe and automatically set up an attraction to bring like energies to you. They can attract your dreams or they can attract your fears. The choice is entirely up to you. Think of it. What you think matters not only to you, but to every particle of matter and energy in the universe. The law of vibration says that thought is one of the most powerful levels of vibration. Everything, from man to the earth to the universe, all are various degrees of the same scale. The only difference is the rate of vibration. That's law number 2. Law number 3, the law of relativity. Now, this was first articulated by one of my heroes, Albert Einstein, but it's a law that's rarely understood to its fullness. Relativity says that everything that exists only exists by comparison. In other words, relationships are everything. Everything in our material world is only made real by its relationship to something else. Let me give you an example. I went snow skiing recently, and I had been out for a while, all day almost, and my hands were really, really cold. You've probably done this. Even if you haven't skied, think of a time when you've been outside and it's been really, really cold, and your hands get cold. You come inside, you turn on the cold water, and you put your hands underneath the water. What's it feel like? That's right, it feels hot, or at least it feels warm, doesn't it? Now, how does that work? Well, it works because of the contrast, or the relationship of the water compared relative to the temperature of your hand. If you were to put your hand in a bucket of ice, and then put your hand in a bucket of cold water, what might it most likely feel like? Well, it'd feel warm. That's the law of relativity. Hot only exists because we compare it to cold. And likewise, good only exists by comparison to bad. You follow me? If something was really, really good, but you didn't know something to compare it to that was really, really bad, tell me, what would really, really good be? It wouldn't be anything. It's only really, really good by comparison to really bad. Does that make sense? In other words, everything in life just is, unless we compare it to something. This becomes very important, this third law of relativity, as we begin to think about how we think in our lives and how we create and frame certain incidences that come upon us. This is the key to stopping self-defeating behavior. Have you ever talked to someone who just kept telling you how bad everything was, and you were really trying to relate to their trauma, but it just didn't seem so bad? As a matter of fact, you couldn't figure out why they were unhappy at all. Maybe their idea of being worthy was out of sync, or maybe they never felt what life was like without what they already have. I talked to a person recently who was talking about how terrible her financial affairs were, how poor she was. I said to her, "Don't you realize you are very wealthy? Your finances are great compared to Bangladesh, where the average annual income is $1,800. Now this made her stop and think. Either way, how you choose to compare yourself and your progress will either pull you up or hold you back. Now, if you can choose to continually pull yourself up and you're in love with a vision that is worthy of you, you must climb. By using the law of relativity, you can find the good in all of life. And in accordance with the law of vibration, you will change the impulses of energy you transmit, and consequently, what you attract must change. Now, let's talk about law number 4, the law of polarity. Everything. The law of polarity says that everything in existence has its opposite and cannot exist otherwise. All opposites are different manifestations of the same thing. They are only separated by degree. For instance, there's no real absolute hot or absolute cold. You cannot really tell where one begins and the other one leaves off. For hot to exist, cold must also exist. And only by comparison, or relativity, remember that one, can you define each of them. Therefore, positive or negative things, or any opposites you or I could choose, cannot exist alone. If you had something, if you have a time where there's high potential, it's always accompanied by low potential. Quote-unquote failure in life must be accompanied by the seeds of success. Does that make sense? If something is really awful, then it must be really awesome, and so forth. It reminds me of the situation where a young man asked the wise man, "How did you get to be so wise?" The wise man said, "By making wise choices." And the young man then asked, "How do you know they were wise choices?" "Why, by experience, of course," said the wise man. "And how do you get experience?" asked the young man. "By making poor choices." That's the law of polarity. In every situation, whether it's really good or really bad, really great or really terrible, there's always an opposite. Everything has an opposite. In fact, Napoleon Hill once said, "Every failure carries the seed of an equivalent or greater benefit." If you understand this, you will find that your so-called failures will often be the most powerful experiences in your life. Haven't you already experienced this? Without them, you cannot know success. By altering the degree of your failure, you achieve success. Now, this may sound odd, but think of all the highly successful in life. And when you hear them talk about how they got to where they are, what do you hear? Have you ever heard them say that they just opened their eyes one morning, took a breath, and success was just there? Do you think some helicopter dropped them on top of the mountain? No way. Their stories are full of how their failures taught them and directed them to or into alignment with the laws we are learning and talking about. You remember Babe Ruth held the world's record for home runs, while at the same time holding the world's record for strikeouts. Try to think of a success story that is out of alignment with this truth. You can't. Not true and lasting success. The truth of these laws is amazing, and the excitement of watching them work makes life an adventure, and it makes learning about them exciting as well. Okay, how about law number 5, the law of rhythm? This law states that everything in existence is a dance. It's always swaying, flowing, swinging back and forth. Sometimes we think these movements are random, but actually they're very orderly. Everything has an order, a rhythm, or a pattern. Every time something advances, something must retreat. High tide sweeps in, low tide sweeps out. Every time something rises, something must fall or sink. This law is observed regularly in the rising and the setting of the moon, the ebb and the flow of the tides at the ocean, the coming and the going of the seasons, winter, spring, summer, and fall. You will find this law in your relationships, how you move rhythmically through cycles and communication patterns. You'll find it in your personal level of physical energy. You'll even find it in the stock market. Clothing fashions swing in, and what do? They swing out. Wait a while. They'll come back. The law of rhythm can be compared to a pendulum. If you were to take a pendulum and you were to swing it far to the right, it always must come back to where? That's right, to the left. That's the law of rhythm. Everything is a dance. It's a constant ebb and flow, to and fro, swaying back and forth. Once you understand this law, you can sense things you could never hope to be aware of without it. It's your sense of rhythm that gives you that gut feeling or instinctual response to a situation. It's rhythms that give you a feeling of timing, that now is a good time, or now is a time to move or act. When something is at its peak, realize that by law, it will always start to swing back. All the great leaders have an acute sense of rhythms, even to the point of predicting their own decline or their greatest victories. Now let's talk about law number 6, the law of cause and effect. This law is a perpetual and never-ending cycle. You've heard of this one before. All great religions have talked about this. You've heard what you sow, you also what? Reap. That's right. If you put out a lot, you get a lot back. You cannot get back something other than what you give. You cannot grow potatoes by planting corn. Likewise, you'll never reap diamonds by planting rocks. The law of cause and effect says that every effect must have a cause, and in turn, every cause has an effect. When you think about this, you begin to understand that it's impossible to really start a new chain of events, isn't it? Nothing in your life happens by chance. Everything in the cosmos happens according to law. And consequently, anything you may quote-unquote cause is actually the effect of what? Of something else. Anything that is an effect likewise has its cause. This law, as all of them, correlates and corresponds to the others. Even when you feel like nothing is happening in your life, you can trust that something is happening. Remember the laws we've already learned. Energy is transmitting and transmutating. Things are vibrating, moving, changing. Seeds are being planted. Causes are set in motion. It must be. At times we can't sense it or see it in a way that we recognize, but it's there. This is law. And last but not least, let's talk about law number 7, the law of gender. The law of gender says that nothing is ever created or destroyed. Now, this is really important to understand when you start to think about success. All the success that you want in your life already exists. There is only one source of supply. Everything comes from and is made up of the same energy. We've already learned that. Therefore, the good that you desire is already here. It may currently be in a different form, but nonetheless, it's here. Does that make sense? There's really nothing to create. All you must do is access it and manifest it. Remember, we are spiritual beings. The physical world that we experience is only a very small part of true reality. To become continuously successful, we must begin to disconnect from the physical world and begin to have faith in the unseen. True faith is the ability to believe in the unseen and expect the incredible. The truth is that you will see it when you believe it. Now, this is not that unusual. You actually do this all the time. Think of radio waves. The room or the car you're in right now is full of radio waves. You can't see them, but you know they're there, don't you? In fact, if you were to turn off this tape and turn on a radio, you could find several different stations. Some make you feel good, some don't. You just have to tune into the right station, don't you? Someone who didn't know any better may think that the radio box itself brought the music into the room or into your car. But you and I both know that the music is not in the box. We just have to tune in to the right frequency. Is there a metaphor here? Yes, I think there is. To get the music you want in your life, you just have to tune in and lock on. Also, quote-unquote new things in life are merely the result of changing something that already exists. The law of gender governs what we call creation and states that for anything to manifest, it must have an incubation period or a gestation period. In other words, we know in our life that a baby takes approximately 9 months to incubate or to gestate or to manifest, right? Plants, trees, flowers, and corn all have their respective gestation. This is a universal law. And everything that you want to bring into your life right now has a gestation period. You may not know what it is. And on the non-physical plane, that's where we get confused sometimes. On the physical plane, we know that it takes 9 months to have a baby. I mean, how silly would it be if the father went up to his wife in the 3rd month and said, "Where's the baby?" Is this going to work or not? I mean, we wouldn't dream of doing that. But see, it's because we know that it takes 9 months, don't we? There was a time when we didn't. However, on the non-physical plane, we don't always know how long things take. And here's what I find. The people who do not win in life, 9 times out of 10, give up just when something's about ready to break through. They've planted the seed, they're waiting for it to manifest, it's just about to break through the ground, but they look at their current results and they say, it's not coming. Or they give up and they lose what they really, really want. You see, the law of gender says that nothing is ever created or destroyed. Everything already exists. We've already learned this. It just takes a certain gestation period to bring it into form. Do you follow me? This, above all, is why you will learn how belief and faith play such a vital role in the science of success. The great teacher Deepak Chopra talks about the agony he went through when he wanted to create his medical school. And when he asked his mentor where the money was going to come from, his mentor responded, from wherever it is at the time. Everything you want is already here. Your desires and beliefs make it begin to manifest into physical form. You plant the seed, but you have to have faith. You have to know it's coming, just like the baby. You just have to tune in your radio and lock on. Now, we've covered a lot of information here, and it's really important, so let's quickly review. Law number 1. The law of perpetual transmutation of energy says that everything is energy. Everything is transmitting and transmutating or changing. Change is all there is. Law number 2. The law of vibration. Everything is in motion and has a frequency. Thought has a frequency. Matter has a frequency. The only difference is the rate of vibration. Frequency defines intensity. And remember that thought is the most potent form of energy, frequency, and vibration in existence. Thought waves are cosmic waves that penetrate all time and space. Law number 3, the law of relativity. Everything in life exists by comparison. Until we compare things, there is no relationship. Therefore, there's no definition. Every event just is until it is compared to something. So in other words, nothing in life has any meaning besides the meaning that you give it. Law number 4, the law of polarity. All opposites are different degrees of the same thing. Failure must be accompanied by the seeds of success. One absolutely cannot exist without the other. Law number 5, the law of rhythm. There's an order to all movement, to all energy. Life has a pattern, a flow. Life is a dance. Law 6, the law of cause and effect. Life is a never-ending cycle. Everything has a cause and a corresponding effect. And every effect has a corresponding cause. Success is not by chance. And our final law, law number 7, the law of gender. There is nothing new on heaven or earth. Everything that is created is manifested by changing something that already exists. Your success will simply come from where it is now. You must plant it, cultivate it, and let it grow. What you are seeking is also seeking you. Now, that's the 7 laws. Remember, you must listen to these tapes time and time again because, when I first learned these laws, they seemed a bit complicated. But as you begin to continue to grow through the program, you'll see how all of these laws fit into the success that you want in your life. And as you begin to understand these laws, you can tell them to someone else. Bob Proctor told me once that you never really know something until you can explain it to someone else so that they understand it. Now, I'm going to offer you 2 options to do this. Number 1, listen through all the tapes for a complete overview and to work the exercises. And then go back and listen to tape 1 for a week, every single day for a week in your home or car. Then go to the next tape, tape 2, and so forth. Or, if you'd like to take a different approach, listen to tape 1 for a week, and then move on to tape 2, and so on and so forth until you finish the entire program. When you finish, start over again until you can clearly explain this to somebody else. You need to keep listening to this time and time and time again. You may get tired of it, but I promise you, the payoffs are immeasurable. It will absolutely change your life. This approach is what separates those who achieve from those who just wish and dream. I read one of my favorite books 7 times in 1 year. And it's not because I'm slow. You see, old programming needs to be replaced, and these are the types of approaches you must take to replace them. We are all governed by exact laws, and the Science of Success program teaches you to understand and utilize these laws. That's what we're going to be learning about, aligning our lives with these laws. And I've given you a couple of examples here. We're going to have more as we go along, how the things that you want must align with these laws, and exactly how to make that happen. And the Science of Success program, because it does this, is the most effective program in existence for you to realize your dreams and achieve lasting success. Next, we'll explore the 7 principles. The first power of 7 is the laws. The second power of 7 is the principles. The laws are like the number code to the combination lock. You cannot open the lock without the code. The principles are the movements or manipulations of those numbers or that code. Now, without the code or the laws, it is impossible to discover how to open the lock or know why the lock opens. The laws are unforgiving. Know them. Believe them. They are the code to the lock on the life of your dreams. The principles are designed to be used by people just like you. If you make a mistake in how you manipulate the code or use the principles, it will never change the code or the laws. Will it? The laws are constant. You can still keep working on your mastery of the principles, knowing that the lock will open once you have mastered them. This is a guarantee. This absolutely cannot fail unless energy and time cease to exist. The beauty of the process is discovering your own unique way of using the principles as you put the laws to work in your own life. Once you have all the principles working for you in your life, the number of ways you can open the lock becomes limitless. Now we explore the principles that unlock the lock. We have the code, we have the numbers, so what's next? Action. You must take action to see any benefits of the laws. The principles are all about the actions you take to discover your path to opening the lock that holds the life of your dreams. The principles are the second power of 7 that brings your success to you. These are the 7 principles that align with the laws and that guarantee success. This program is proven. It's tested, and it's aligned with universal laws, and therefore it is scientific. Once you understand it, it's absolutely impossible to fail. Now, this might sound like an incredible claim, but it's not mine. It is a law. If you study and apply the lessons here, you will succeed in every area of your life. Every great achiever throughout history has utilized these principles to achieve the desires of their heart, and so will you. If you think back to the times in your life when you have truly succeeded, whether it's in your business or in your finances, in your relationships, your health, your emotion, or spiritual arenas, you have done certain things in a certain way. If you're like most, even like me, there were several years in my life when I succeeded and I didn't know why. I just didn't know why. But the true power comes when you consciously know the combination. As I said earlier, it's like a combination lock. When you find out the combination, you can spin the dial and you open the door every single time. The Science of Success program, that's what we're exploring together, will teach you the exact combination to your lock. Now here's the truth. Success happens according to law. It has absolutely nothing to do with luck. All students of success have understood and followed the scientific approach throughout time. To the degree that you understand and align with these laws, your success is guaranteed. It works for everyone, every time. Are you excited? I hope you are, because this has changed my life. and the lives of countless others. It'll change yours as well. Now here's what I'd like you to do. Turn to the page in your workbook that has the following 3 questions and answer the 3 questions. What is success? What is science? And how can success be scientific? Now stop the tape and answer those right now. Okay, good job. Great job. Now here's what we've just done. You've learned the 7 laws, and you're not going to go on until you are certain that you have learned them. You're going to listen to this tape every single day when you're in your car this week, right? We made that commitment. And you're going to fill out the exercises, and you're going to revisit the exercises. Now, not only have we discovered the 7 laws, but we've also explored the first power principle that aligns with those laws, the power of understanding. So interwoven through this whole lesson has been not only the laws, but the power for you to understand those laws and how they work for you. If for any reason you don't feel you understand each of the laws and how they work for you, listen again and again until you feel what? That you can teach it, remember? Do you understand that everything is energy and that everything is transmitting and transmutating? Do you remember that motion can be sensed or measured by its vibration? Do you understand that nothing exists except by comparison? That success and failure are just different degrees of the same journey? Do you remember that there is a timing and a rhythm in the universe? That we are all interconnected and that everything we do is because of something and the result of something? That nothing is ever created or destroyed? Do you understand that everything you can desire or dream already exists? Okay. Great job. I hope you're excited. The power of understanding requires intense, active listening. As you must intensely listen to these tapes to understand, you must also intensely listen to others to understand them as well. We hear with our ears. We listen with our higher self, our emotions. Now, let's continue to explore and learn with the power of paradigms, our second principle. One of the things you may have discovered so far is that the science of success depends on your willingness to think or create thoughts that the laws can work with. The quality and alignment of those thoughts is critical. Remember, thought is the most powerful form of energy. As I stated earlier in this tape set, we're going to discover that we have a lot of old programming in our minds. These habits and practices, attitudes, values, beliefs, expectations all determine how you act, react, and create in the world around you. But to get rid of this old programming, or to replace these paradigms, these things that often limit us, what we're going to have to do is constantly and consistently put new ideas into our minds. New ideas will help us to build and create new positive and powerful paradigms. This reprogramming, if you will, is not what you might think. It's not a brainwashing technique or anything of that nature. However, how do we get the quality of thoughts we need in our minds when there's already so much stuff there that doesn't serve us? Well, here's what I like to think of. Think of your mind as a glass full of cranberry juice. We'll think of the cranberry juice as the old programming, okay? And what you want to have is a mind full of crystal clear, clean water. Or let's call that the new programming. Now, the process of pouring out all the cranberry juice and washing the glass clean is the type of process you might think is necessary to get a good, clean glass of water. This might work, but it's not the only way. What we are going to do is to start pouring pure, clean water into the glass. Now, as we do that, our conscious mind tells us that the water is diluting the cranberry juice, doesn't it? Long before we ever see physical evidence, right? We're going to keep pouring the water into the glass until it begins to overflow. Now, what do you think is going to happen? At first, you'll have a little bit of pure water and a lot of cranberry juice. That's okay. We'll continue to have faith because we know that change is taking place. It's inevitable, isn't it? As we continue to pour, we will eventually end up with a glass of what? Pure, clean water. Replacing the old paradigms with new ones will actually force out the old. Does that make sense? This is exactly how nature works. Nature does not go into a burned forest and strip everything clean. No, It adds new life, little by little, until the experience of the old and the beauty of the new create an even more magnificent forest than before, doesn't it? Your life's experience, combined with new and powerful thinking, will create a uniqueness as individual and magnificent as your fingerprint. You will discover you just can't remember why you did some of those things you used to do. They just don't make sense anymore. You will be better by the experience and more powerful in your new direction. Okay, welcome to principle number 2, the power of paradigms. Once you've understood the power of understanding, principle number 1, what you really know is that we operate by universal laws, right? Timeless laws, and that nothing happens by chance. Once we understand that, you and I, we can now move into principle number 2, the power of paradigms. Now, there's been a lot of talk in recent years regarding paradigms, hasn't there? You've probably heard every kind and type of description known to man. However, few individuals really know what they are, and even fewer know how to deal with them. I'm here to tell you today that your personal and professional results are founded on your paradigm, and they relate directly to your habits, work practices, attitudes, values, beliefs, expectations, and all those types of things that are otherwise connected to your experience as a human being. Armed with your paradigm, you approach, react, and create the world around you. This paradigm is kind of like a filter that you and I use to interpret what we see and experience in our world, and it's highly unconscious. Your paradigm kind of tells you that there's a game called life, what the game is, and how to play it. Remember now, thought is energy and vibration, one of the highest forms in existence. So consequently, your paradigm creates a vibration and begins to project that out into the universe, into the cosmos, according to the law of vibration. Thoughts are things. I told you to hear that one over and over, didn't I? So when you have a paradigm shift, you change to a new game, and you start to attract new things into your life. You follow me? And you start to put out different energy. A whole new set of rules come into play. When your game and your rules change, your whole world has no choice but to change as well, does it? Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, "Man's mind, stretched to a new idea, never returns to its original dimensions." And he was so right. But not only does your mind change, the way you operate in the world changes as well. When we start to think new thoughts, we start to create a different world for ourselves. Transform your thinking, and you transform your world. Does that make sense? Now, the problem is that a lot of people try to make changes in their life, but their changes rarely last. Have you ever had that happen? I sure have. You know, a lot of people go to seminars, or they read great books, or they make a New Year's resolution, but it doesn't really last. Why? Because they never get to the cause. Paradigms, their paradigm, drives all their behavior, and behavior drives results. Unless the paradigm shifts, any change or improvement will be short-term at best. Have you ever had this experience? Like I said earlier, I certainly have. When you attempt to change without making a paradigm shift, you set yourself up for frustration and for failure. So let's not do that one. The next step in the Science of Success program is to understand how to make a paradigm shift. So what we're going to explore in this lesson is this principle, the principle of the mind. How your paradigm creates your results, how paradigms are formed, and how they can be changed. Sounds exciting? It is. It absolutely is. So, first let's talk about how your paradigm creates your results. To understand why paradigms are so important, it's necessary to understand your mind. Now, when I ask you to think of your mind, what do you think of? If you're like most people, even me several years ago, you think of your brain. But you see, your mind is not your brain. The brain is merely an instrument of the mind, the vehicle, if you will, through which the mind works. The brain is nothing without the mind. So how is it that the mind works? First, it's important to understand that we all think in pictures. We all think in pictures. If I ask you to think about your car, a picture of your car flashes on the screen of your mind. If I ask you to think about your home, a picture of your home flashes on the screen of your mind. Now, this is vitally important to understand to create the results we want. Okay, we think in pictures. Consequently, if we have to deal with our mind and shift our paradigm, then we have to have an accurate picture of the mind. Does that make sense? We need a new picture. This will bring order and understanding to our minds. We have to have an accurate image to work with. And our mind is not our brain. What I'm going to ask you to do is to engage your imagination here just a little bit to build an image. What I'd like to refer you to is the page in your workbook that has what we call the stick person. Now, the first time I saw this diagram, I thought it was pretty simple and actually kind of silly. It was introduced to me by one of my mentors, Bob Proctor, who I talked about earlier. But please do not allow the apparent simplicity to deceive you. This one concept alone will reveal to you a magnificent world of power, promise, and unlimited possibility. It will help you to achieve whatever you want in your life, as it has for me. Now, modern science tells us that the mind is present in every cell of our being. It is every bit as present in our foot as it is in our head. This is important to understand, for as James Allen said years ago, man is mind. Therefore, our complete body is an instrument of the mind. So as you take a look at the stick person, understand and notice that there are three parts, and they're all part of the mind. We live in a three-part world. We have the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the body. The body is obviously what we see most readily and most often. Our bodies operate on the physical plane, but let me tell you, this is the least important part of who we truly are. I'm not suggesting that our bodies are not important. They are. They're the only vehicle we have to ride around in during this lifetime, so we need to take care of them. But contrary to popular thought, we are much, much more than our bodies. Our success program is built on this important premise. We're going to operate on a premise here, you and I, that you have a power within you that is superior to any physical condition or circumstance around you. And you can direct that power to achieve whatever results you want. To do that, you have to understand the mind. You have to remember that you are a spiritual being. And you have to remember to access the spirit of who you are. Teilhard Chardin said, "We are not physical beings having a spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings having a physical experience." So with that understanding and that agreement, let's look at the first part of the mind, the conscious mind. Part 1 on your diagram of the mind is the conscious mind. This is the part of you that thinks and reasons. Your free will lies in this part of your mind, and it chooses. And because your free will lies here, it therefore chooses your level of vibration. Does that make sense? Remember the law of vibration? Whatever thoughts you are choosing actually create energy impulses which vibrate and in turn create a vibration in your body as well. And this is scientifically proven. Your conscious mind can accept or reject any idea that it so chooses. No one can cause you to think about something you don't want to think about, or to think thoughts that you do not choose to think. Now, I believe one of the greatest examples of choosing thoughts is Viktor Frankl. Frankl was a prisoner in Auschwitz, the Nazi death camp in Germany. In his book, Man's Search for Meaning, he recalls the incredible pain and injustice he was subjected to. At one point, he found himself on an operating table undergoing sterilization surgery, but with no anesthesia. He describes his pain as unbearable, and he found himself doing anything possible to escape the pain in his mind. At one point, he said a thought came to him. The thought was this: there's a big difference between liberty and freedom. Frankl describes liberty as the abundance of choices in your environment. In other words, the ability to come and go and do as you please. Freedom, on the other hand, the greatest freedom of all, according to Frankl, was the ability to choose. While almost insane with pain, he realized that he actually had more freedom than the men who were cutting on him. As he lay there in pain, he said, "I exercised my freedom, and I chose my thoughts and emotions. I chose to pity those men who were cutting on me." He went on to say that while these men had many liberties, they had given away their freedom to a system that they believed was causing them to perform these inhuman acts. You see, Frankl believed that it was not natural for a human being to inflict such pain on another person. They had allowed themselves to become victims of an inhumane system, performing inhumane acts. He therefore chose to pity them. I thought, if Viktor Frankl could choose his thoughts in these extreme circumstances, you and I can certainly choose ours in any circumstance or situations we are faced with, can't we? Now, this isn't a popular mentality because some people like to put blame and say that other things, quote, caused them to think certain thoughts. But you and I know it's just not true, is it? You choose your own thoughts. It's important for you to understand this because the thoughts you choose will eventually determine what your results are in your life. What you think about comes about. That's just a fact. There is no way that you can create total success in your life when you're thinking total garbage. It just doesn't work, does it? I mean, I've tried it at times in my life, haven't you? What you think about comes about. So it's important for us to understand right here and right now that you and I both choose our own thoughts. All pain, all pleasure, abundance, limitation, or any outcome either originated in your conscious mind or was accepted uncritically from an outside source. Does that make sense? Great. Okay, the next thing to understand is that there are 6 factors, intellectual factors, and 5 senses which lie in your conscious mind. Now let's talk about these. First of all, the 5 senses. We've all heard about these, right? What you see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. These all lie in your conscious mind. These, your 5 senses, are all right there. And that's how we greatly experience our world, through our senses. But there are also 6 intellectual factors that lie in the conscious mind as well. And I encourage you to fill these out in your workbook. Now, take notes. If you want to create lasting success, the life of your dreams, you must understand the mind. So take some notes and fill out the blanks. Okay. Now first, there's your sense of reason. This is your reasoning factor, or what you think. Now, for those of you who have studied psychology, it's what we call the inductive reasoning factor that I'm speaking of that lies in the conscious mind. Number 2 is perception. The second intellectual factor is perception, or the point of view that you have. Everything in our world is only real by perception, right? You've heard before that reality is in the eye of the beholder, or perception is reality. That's all part of the conscious mind. Intellectual factor number 3, the will, or your ability to concentrate. The will gives you the ability to hold one idea to the exclusion of all others. It's like if you were to take a magnifying glass. When I was a kid, this sounds pretty cool at this point in my life, but when I was a kid, we used to take a magnifying glass and go out on the sidewalk in the hot summer, and we would get the sun rays down to a fine point. The sun going through the magnifying glass, and we would actually catch things on fire, like grass or worse. Did you ever do that? Well, this is what the will is like when it's focused. The ability to become like a laser, to concentrate like a laser on one idea at a time to the exclusion of all others. This is such a very powerful part of your intellectual factors that we'll be working with. Your will. You can choose to be a light bulb or a laser beam. And that's all in the power of the will. Intellectual factor number 4, imagination. Your imagination lies in the conscious mind. The ability to dream big dreams and to come up with new ideas, to fantasize and create. Walt Disney once said, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. And he was right. We do this through our gift of the imagination. Number 5, your intuition. Now, this has often been called your 6th sense. This is those thoughts that come to you in a flash. It's like feelings that you have or thoughts that you have about certain things, whether they'll work or not. You know what I'm talking about. And it'll just come to you in a moment. And you don't necessarily have to analyze it. That's your intuition. Your subconscious mind actually speaks to your conscious mind through your intuitive filters. This is your intuition. Your 6th intellectual factor is, let's see, it starts with an M. It's your memory. This is where we store information, things that we've experienced in our past. Now, all of these things are part of the conscious mind, and they're all at our disposal to be used. And you and I are going to learn how to use them appropriately to create what we want. Now let's move on to the second part of the mind. I'm going to ask you to loosen up here for a minute and work with me. I'd like to ask you to do this to kind of illustrate what we're talking about. I'd like you to consciously move your right arm in a circle, okay? Come on, I know you don't want to do it, but let's do it right now. Go ahead. Move your right arm in a circle. If you're not doing it, do it. Come on. Okay. Now, if you actually moved your arm in a circle, you didn't do what I asked. Because I asked you to consciously move your right arm. What I did is actually ask you to do something that was impossible. Why? Because there are approximately 157 muscles between your shoulder blade and your wrist. There is no way, if you moved your right arm, that you did that consciously. You cannot orchestrate that consciously. You cannot say, well, let's rotate number 63 10 degrees to the right and number 32 11 degrees to the left. You just can't do that. Okay, so what's the point, James? Well, the point is your subconscious mind is what drives everything in your life. Your conscious mind gave the command, move the right arm. Your subconscious mind orchestrated or acted out the command. You see, we just fool ourselves into thinking we're consciously in control. The subconscious mind is what we're really going to be dealing a lot with, because this is the part of you that is certainly the most magnificent. It is your literal power center. Your subconscious mind functions in every cell of your body. Now, because we have drawn the stick person, do not make the mistake of thinking that your subconscious mind is only in your head. It is not. Your mind is omnipresent. In other words, it's in every cell of your body. And so is your subconscious. It functions in every cell. Every thought or word your conscious mind chooses and gets emotionally involved with, and emotion is the key here, your subconscious mind begins to carry out. The conscious mind is like a gardener. You can plant whatever you choose. The subconscious mind is the garden. It's what carries things out. It's the garden that allows the seeds to take root and grow. Does that make sense? So consequently, every single thought that you constantly entertain and get emotionally involved with in your conscious mind, any thought you choose to accept on a continual basis begins to manifest and be carried out by your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind has absolutely no ability to reject or censor information. It just takes it. It just takes immediate action on whatever it is given. Whatever seed you plant begins to grow. This is the part of you that is expressed through feelings and actions and any thought. And this is key. Any thought you continuously impress upon your subconscious mind becomes fixed in that part of your mind and becomes a habit. Fixed ideas and habits will continually drive your results without any conscious assistance until they are replaced. Now, these driven ideas and habits are your paradigm. Your paradigm is a group of habits that has been lodged in your subconscious mind. And the truth is, we create our paradigm, but then at some point, our paradigm creates us. You follow me on that one? These habits have been fixed in your subconscious, and you don't even know that they're there anymore. You don't even think about them. You are attracting results into your life, and your subconscious is taking action upon things that you don't even consciously think about. This is the part of us, the subconscious, that is most commonly referred to as spirit. And in the subconscious mind, there are absolutely no limits except the limits that are placed upon it by your conscious choice. The subconscious mind knows no limits, only the limits that are placed upon it by your conscious choice. In fact, the only limits you will ever have in your life are the limits of your own thinking. Okay. Let's look at part number 3 of the stick person. That's the body. Even though it's the most visible, it's actually the smallest and most insignificant. The body is nothing more than the vehicle or the car that you and I ride in throughout our lifetime. It is a material instrument of the mind. It's the house you live in. Every thought or image you consciously choose and impress upon the subconscious mind, which remember is in every cell of your body, must move the body into action. So, let's think about the chain of events for a moment. Thought. We choose a thought in the conscious mind. We get emotionally involved with that thought. We continue to choose that thought and impress it upon the subconscious as the subconscious moves the body into action. Example, I tell you, move your right arm. We choose that consciously. We feel that we want to do it. We give the command and the subconscious moves the body. So here's how results are created. Thoughts to feelings to actions to results. If you change your thinking, you'll change your results, plain and simple. Change your thinking, you'll change your results. If you choose an idea, one that you can fall in love with, and get highly emotionally involved, it will root itself deeply in your subconscious. It will begin to move your body into a new state of vibration. Action will start to generate. Thought and action and emotion will send out magnetic impulses of energy and begin to attract like energies. The original thought must move into physical form. Did you follow that? Consequently, your results absolutely must change. Now, this is really important information, and I really want you to get it. So here's what I'd like to ask you to do. Turn off the tape. Go back and study. Please, reread this part of your manual and jot down some notes. There are 3 sections here. Key learnings about the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the body. If you're in your car, listen to it again. This is critical to understand. I can't stress this enough because the rest of the program will continue to build upon the assumption that you understand the mind, how it works, and what and where paradigms are. Keep up the good work. Do it now.